state our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Vijay Venkatramani, as a token of gratitude and appreciation. I would now like to invite Professor Sanket Vatavla to present a bouquet as a token of our appreciation to the Director, sir. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Arun Kaushik to present the memento to our esteemed director.
Thank you, Professor Arun, for presenting this token of our respect and admiration. Moving on, Professor Nagarajan Ramamurthy received his PhD in Business and Management from Robert H. School of Business, University of Maryland. He has lectured at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, the University of Applied Sciences in Austria, Burgers Free University, and University of National and World Economy, Bulgaria. He also received the university's Research and Scholarly Excellence Award in 2008, the Distinguished Service Award in 2009, and the Best Reviewer Award for the European Management Review awarded by the European Academy of Management. He has published his research in leading journals including Human Relations, British Journal of Management, Journal of International Management, International Journal of Human Resource Management, Creativity and Innovation Management Journal, and has presented his research at several national and international conferences. He has served on several editorial boards including the Journal of Occupational and Organizational Psychology in the UK, the Irish Journal of Management in Ireland, Current Issues of Business and Law in Lithuania, and the Fulbright Peer Review Board. It is with great pleasure that I invite Professor Nagarajan Ramamurthy, Director, IIM Amritsar, to join us on stage for the welcome speech.
A very good morning to all of you, and welcome to this fourth edition of the International Conference on MSMEs. United Nations data, for example, shows that 90% of the businesses are MSMEs, with 10% remaining is the dollars. And these 90% of the businesses generate about 50% of the world's GDP, almost half of it, and also about 30% of the employment worldwide. When we really look at the Indian scenario, about 30% of the GDP comes from these MSMEs. Again, let us keep in mind that only about 94% of the MSMEs are not registered, so maybe the data is not available. And they generate as of now 11 crores of employment. About 36% of the manufacturing output comes from this MSMEs. The gross value added to the good, that's about 41% from the MSMEs. In terms of the global impact, which is one of the themes of today's this conference, is that in the year 2023-24, about 46% of the exports came from MSMEs. So what it shows is that this is why most of research, for example, are focused on large companies and even case studies on those aspects. There is a segment that we are not really looking at very carefully. When we also look at some other modern, what we call as the giant businesses, or the most valued company, the richest company in terms of market cap value, etc., including Microsoft and Apple. We should remember that they all started in the garage of a house. So today we have these companies, we are going to Microsoft and Apple and so many others, but all of them virtually start in the garage. So the reason, nevertheless, like these MSMEs do have their own challenges that they are facing. For example, many of them have access to funds or capital as an issue. They also have challenges in terms of knowledge, attracting human capital, organizing capabilities, right, marketing, or even managing the supply chain. And many of them also forego the opportunities to become the future Google or Microsoft or Apple, those type of large corporations. Government of India has a very clear plan. I think they, for example, I mentioned that about 30% is the GDP term, that by the next few years they want to make it as a 50% GDP contribution. And that is why the Government of India also has come up with lots of different schemes that will encourage the startup ecosystem and this MSME sector itself. So given that backdrop, I hope that this next 2 days, the various papers that are being presented, I think we also have some policy makers panel discussions on that. So the knowledge sharing, dissemination of your research, I do hope that it will address some of the issues that are faced by MSMEs. 3 years ago when the first edition came up, we were wondering what should be the focus of the conference. Then deliberately we chose MSMEs because in Punjab, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, all these districts are very famous for MSMEs. Most of the world's sporting goods are being made in Ludhiana and even for companies like that. So many of these this sector, for example, makes a contribution behind the scene, right on the supply side, but we don't really have that much of attention paid to it. In fact, I was hoping that we should have been able to do it by now. Right, we also wanted to decide an MOU with one of the US NGO, right, where they agreed to fund some of the startups in America. So that process is going on, but it got delayed. Otherwise, we were really hoping that along this year, but we also identify 4 or 5 startups that we wanted to support. And I'm hoping that it will happen maybe next year onwards. We will try to align it with this type of program. And year after year, as an institution, but they don't know. By the way, that this is the first time we are holding a conference in our campus. Till last year we were about it, so we just moved to the campus a couple of months ago. So you may experience some sort of discomfort or some inconvenience because construction going on, so please bear with us. And our auditorium was not ready, otherwise we would have had this keynote address in the auditorium. So next year I'm hoping that we have a keynote address in the auditorium. Once again, on behalf of IMM faculty staff and the conference organizers, I welcome you to this three-day event, and I hope that you will enjoy our hospitality as well as your stay and other logistics. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now, I'm honored to invite Professor Sanket Pattabla, the esteemed chairperson of the 4th International Conference on Management of MSMEs, to the stage for the introduction speech. Professor Sanket Pattabla, Conference Committee Chairperson, is an assistant professor in the area of marketing management at IIM Amritsar. He has completed his PhD in marketing management from IIM Indore. He has published research papers in industrial marketing management and Journal of Non-Profit and Public Sector Marketing, and has published case studies with teaching notes and a book chapter. He received the scholarship for the 7th AIM AMA Sheikh Foundation Doctoral Consortium in 2019. Please join me in welcoming Professor Sanket Pattabla.
Thank you. Very good morning to you all, respected Director Sir, esteemed guests, conference participants, faculty colleagues and dear students. A very good morning to you all. I extend a warm welcome to each one of you at the 4th International Conference on Management of MSMEs, and as we call it as ICMM, which is IIM Amritsar's annual research conference in collaboration with Dingman Center for Entrepreneurship, Robert H. Smith School of Business, University of Maryland, USA. The conference majorly focuses on MSMEs and related issues and provides a platform to academicians, practitioners and policymakers to engage in meaningful dialogue and discussions. With these goals of uplifting MSME ecosystem in India, IIM Amritsar organized the first edition of ICMM in 2022. And since then, we have focused on various important aspects pertaining to MSMEs, including business practices in the era of disruption, innovative ecosystems, and transformative pathways for MSMEs. This year, we will be focusing on the theme of advancing and assisting small businesses for global impact. And we will deliberate on how small businesses can scale up, what are the advancements, what are the assistance that are required by MSMEs, and what kind of global impact can small business create in today's world. Looking briefly at the highlight of ICMM 2025, over the next 3 days, we will have a variety of sessions, including a keynote speech by Professor Vijaya, who has come from US. Professor Vijaya, we are greatly thankful to you. You have all the way. Thank you so much. A doctoral consortium, and we are organizing it for the first time, and Professor Arun will talk about it later. We'll have a panel discussion by MSME experts, and we are here extensively thankful to Shri Atish Kumar Singh, Joint Secretary from the Ministry of MSMEs, for its continued support to our conference every year. I am also thankful to Shri Amit Dulat sir, who is here with us, retired Special Secretary, Ministry of Railways. Sir, thank you very much for being with us. And all the other dignitaries who are there on the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will have 81 paper presentations in total and a series of interesting and intellectually stimulating sessions offered by experts from various domains in these 3 days. And while we will be engaged and infused in intellectual exchange for these 3 days, let's not forget that all work and no play make life dull. So in this light, we are thrilled to announce that we will have nearly 90 people, that's 3 full buses that we will be taking to Wagah border, which includes our participants, our guests, the family members and the friends of our participants, and they will have the opportunity to visit the Wagah border tour. As I conclude, on behalf of the ICMM and Doctoral Colloquium 2025 Organizing Committee, I extend my best wishes to everyone present here. And I hope that you will all have a truly enjoyable experience throughout the conference and a memorable time to cherish. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, I invite Professor Arun Kaushik, Chairperson of the Doctoral Program Committee, for the Chairperson of the I invite Professor Arun Kaushik for Doctoral Colloquium Introduction. Professor Arun K. Kaushik is an Associated Professor for Marketing at IIM Amritsar, where he serves as the Chairperson of the Doctoral Program Committee and the Marketing and Communication area. With over 12 years of experience in academia and the corporate sector, he has taught courses in advanced marketing research, sales and distribution management, and marketing analytics. He holds a PhD from IIT Roorkee, specializing in consumer innovativeness and self-service technologies. Along with 2 master's degrees in marketing management, Professor Kaushik's research focuses on marketing, consumer behavior, service innovation, and destination branding. He has published extensively in esteemed journals and authored textbooks with McGraw-Hill and Wiley. He is also an active reviewer for prominent marketing journals. Please join me in welcoming Professor Kaushik.
Morning, everyone. Amritsar, I hope you having some feeling like Simla or Manali. It's not the temperature is something that right. So, of course, first of all, it's immense pride and pleasure that I stand before you today as the Doctoral Program Chair to welcome you all to this inauguration, the first ever doctoral colloquium at IIM Amritsar. So we had a discussion quite recently, few months back, when we thought whether we should go ahead with first doctoral colloquium or not. The theme you all know, ICMM. We're going to talk about next 3 days, small, micro, medium organizations, their growth, their struggles, challenges. Then, as a committee member, I discuss with other members and then I say, I think this is the best platform when we going to start, maybe on a small scale, but our doctoral colloquium, because even this institution, if you just see in the last 10 years, we are growing like MSMEs. We're growing from a very small batch in 2015 to 17 with 44 students, and now currently with all our efforts, of course our respected director and the other members, faculty members, staff, we're growing like very fast, reaching somewhere 700 students, existing students of course. So doctoral colloquium is of course a platform designed to inspire, engage and foster intellectual collaborations among some of the brightest minds in academia. It serves an opportunity for our doctoral students to present their research, receive valuable feedback, and engage in stimulating discussions with peers and other researchers. Today we celebrate not just the pursuit of knowledge, but also the spirit of inquiry and curiosity that drives us all. We have a PhD batch, 13 students right now, and all of them very active. In fact, some of them still in IIM Bangalore for their coursework, but you can see the kind of efforts they made in order to start this doctoral colloquium, of course, with our 4th ICMM conference. As a relatively young institution, IIM Amritsar has always strived to create an environment that encourages rigorous academic pursuits and meaningful research. The doctoral program is at the heart of this vision. It reflects a commitment to nurturing scholars who will not only contribute to body of knowledge in their respective fields, but address real-world challenges and innovative solutions. So, other than the doctoral program, we have a postdoctoral program, and again, as I said, it's a small family. We work together, but things are going really good. Just for instance, a couple of our postdoctoral students who already passed out, now serving in IIM and other institutions of national repute. I would like to take a moment to thank the organizing committee whose obvious tireless efforts have made this event possible. From curating an impressive lineup of keynote speakers and panelists to ensure every logistical details are addressed. A special thanks to our mentors, faculty mentors, staff pupils who have guided our scholars and doctoral students in their research journey, and to the industry experts who bringing invaluable perspectives to our discussions. To our doctoral scholars, this colloquium is a space. Use it to showcase your depth of work, challenge, and refine your ideas to learn from the feedback and interactions from the peers and seniors and participant, of course, because they have different domains and they're working again tirelessly in their different institutions. Remember, research is a journey of continuous learning, and today is a significant step in that journey. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and inspiring colloquium ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful introduction of the colloquium. Moving on, we have Professor Vijaya Venkatramani as a keynote speaker for the event. Professor Venkatramani is an influential thought leader in creativity and innovation, dedicated to uncovering how workplace social networks and relationships spark transformative ideas. As the Dean's Professor of Leadership and Innovation at the Robert H. Smith School of Business, she delves into why groundbreaking employee ideas often go unheard or dismissed and offers actionable insights for both managers and employees. Her research, celebrated for its depth and impact, is featured in premier journals like Academy of Management Journal, Organization Science, and Journal of Applied Psychology. A former associate editor at the Journal of Applied Psychology, she is recognized globally for shaping the field of organizational behavior. Professor Venkatramani earned a PhD in Organizational Behavior and Human Resources from Purdue University in 2008. Before her academic career, she earned an experience as an HR manager in India. An award-winning educator and researcher, she is a recipient of the prestigious Distinguished Scholar Teacher Award from the University of Maryland, reflecting her unparalleled contributions to both academia and practice. We are truly privileged to have Professor Venkatramani with us today to share their knowledge and experience. Their presence is not only a testament of the significance of this event, but also an incredible opportunity for all of us to learn and gain valuable insights from her. Without further ado, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Vijaya Venkatramani for the keynote address.
Thank you so much for the nice words. And good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure and my privilege to be here. This is my first time at ICMM, and thank you so much for the nice gifts. It's my honor to be here, and I'm very excited. Thank you for having me. So, as the introduction said, I do a lot of work on innovation and creativity at work. And so what I want to talk about today is about innovation in the context of MSMEs, especially with respect to how it can facilitate the global reach of MSMEs. Right? And like Dr. Ramurthy alluded to in his introductory speech, yes, MSMEs contribute to 90% of global businesses, according to the World Bank, and 50% of global employment. They generate 30 to 50% of GDP in most economies driven by innovation. Widely regarded as one of the most important mechanisms to drive economic growth because of, and especially because of innovation. And not just for small companies, innovation is something that is critical even for big companies. But what is innovation? Albert Georgi is a Hungarian physicist who won a Nobel Prize in medicine several years ago. And according to him, innovation is seeing what everybody has seen, but thinking what nobody has thought. This might be a lofty definition of innovation. However, if you want to look at a more or less lofty version of it, Academically, we define innovation as the generation of useful, novel yet useful ideas for new products, services, process improvements, business models, and their effective implementation in an organization. However, if consider these different companies. These are all small businesses, some in India, some abroad, and all of them have been extremely successful in expanding globally, in line with the theme of the conference this year. Now, for example, Kirti is an Indian SME that has dealt with a very unique problem, or a universal problem, which is about climate resilience for farmers. Now, this company has come up with a very innovative solution, which is a modular greenhouse, right? Which deals with, which helps small farmers, deals with pest control, extreme weather. It saves up to 90% of water, and this has been extremely successful in growing globally. And it is a company in the US, a small company again, that deals with environmentally sustainable cookware or cooktops that help reduce indoor air pollution, which is again very successful in growing globally. Veera 91 is an Indian company that again has been successful in innovating in terms of the quirky branding that it has done and the kind of new products that is introduced. And Deluxe is a Singapore-based company, again small company which has been very successful. This provides customized wrist bags for watches. And last but not least is Hello Tractor, which again is a Nigeria-based company, which identified a very unique situation, which was that there was a lot of land in Nigeria, but people didn't have access to the machinery that is required. So they came up with this idea about linking farmers with people that had tractors. So they're actually called the Uber of tractors. Right? One thing that unites all of these different companies is how they've taken a really cool idea and they've innovated and they have grown globally. Now, innovation might be something that is important for all companies, but it's easier said than done. A lot of companies struggle with innovation, especially small companies. And one of the reasons is because of, and I talked about some of these, I want to talk about three broad themes in my talk. One is a few myths related to innovation. The second is almost like a conceptual framework for research about how we deal with innovation in a small business context. And finally, some actionable insights for what we can do as researchers, as practitioners, to facilitate innovation in small businesses. The importance of innovation, before I get into that, is also shown by a recent review of papers in MSME papers, most highly cited papers, where there is an exponential growth in the papers, highly cited papers that have looked at innovation in MSMEs, just to show the importance of innovation in the MSME context. So, what are some myths? There are some big myths about innovation which make people, especially MSMEs, founders, entrepreneurs, very wary or apprehensive about using or thinking about innovation in their context. The first myth is that innovation needs a lot of money. But this is not really true. Now think about it, there are several examples like this. Think about this company called Quibi. Many of us might not even have heard about this company called Quibi. Now they came up with this plan to revolutionize, they wanted to be a disruptor, creating content for mobile phones, kind of like a Netflix for mobile phones. However, they had a $1.7 billion budget. They had a great executive team, experienced executive team, Vic Wetman from eBay or Jeffrey Katzenberg from Disney, but they were not successful. They had lots of money, they had a great team, but the idea did not resonate with consumers. It was not successful. In fact, we do find from a lot of research in innovation that it is constraints like limited time, money or tools that can often make or push individuals to become more creative. So even if there is not enough money or resources, innovation is not something that we can forget about. It's something that we can still do. And this is especially evident in healthcare in emerging economies where people have, small companies have developed very interesting apps to deal with local needs. And they're not the most expensive one. The second myth that I also want to briefly talk about is that innovation needs tech and R&D. And again, this is something that makes people in small businesses quite worried about whether we can do innovation. Now, if you were to think about R&D spending and the relationship R&D spending has with sales growth or financial performance, people might say, is it a weak relationship? Is it a strong relationship? Is it a no relationship at all? Now, interestingly, there is some data about this. Right? So, there's a PwC innovation top 1,000 survey that they've been doing for the last 20-25 years, and they find that the relationship between R&D spending and sales growth is next to zero. Now, this is not to say that there is no relationship between these two, but only that there are other factors that play a role. For example, it might be innovation effectiveness, which is more important than R&D growth that plays a role in this. So, innovation does not need tech and R&D. While tech can be important, can be interesting, can be useful, there are so many other ways, streamlining operations, process improvements, that can still cause innovation, that can still facilitate innovation, especially in a small business context. The third myth that I want to talk about is the fact that innovation is about big or disruptive ideas. Now, when I speak to entrepreneurs, they're like, oh, I don't know if my idea is that big. Right? I don't know if this would qualify as an innovation. But innovation does not necessarily have to be about big ideas or generally disrupt the market. And especially for MSMEs, small process improvements or small incremental innovations can go a long way in making them much more successful. So Zoom, for example, I know it's not an MSME, but Zoom is a company that didn't invent video conferencing. Zoom, all they did was improve ease of use, reliability, and scalability that other options like Skype were not able to provide. So, by successfully identifying a key consumer problem or frustration and understanding and finding a solution to that, even if it's an incremental solution, can be especially important. And MSMEs can be especially good at this because they are very close to the market, they're very close to the consumer compared to, say a big company. And they address niche market needs. The final myth that I want to talk about is that innovation again needs dedicated teams or big teams to deal with it. Again, this is not true because big companies actually find it more difficult to innovate as compared to small companies. So I was reading an analogy where a big company is like a big cruise liner and an MSME is almost like a speedboat. Okay? So while there can be big efficiencies that big companies might have with big money and big R&D departments, if there's a change that needs to be made, right? If there's a pivot that needs to happen, these companies find it very hard to change, whereas small companies are much more agile, they're much more adaptive, they're able to change very quickly. So MSMEs in reality, innovation often comes from employees who are wearing multiple hats. And these are people, it doesn't require a formal department, but just an environment where people feel empowered to come up with new ideas and to experiment with new ideas. So all this just goes to segue into my next part of my talk, which is that finance, regulations, constraints, these might be important. However, this makes it even more important that MSMEs sort of capitalize on the unique internal resources that they have. So, which brings me to the next part of what I wanted to talk about, which is just to talk about a general conceptual framework of how do we study innovation, be it in an MSME context or otherwise. Right? How can MSMEs leverage the unique internal capabilities and resources that they have, which are its employees, which are their employees? And how can we as researchers try to enable this in terms of facilitating innovation? When we think about innovation, We talk about innovation mostly as some kind of a monolithic construct. But a lot of my own work has dealt with separating innovation into at least two components. The first one is creativity, or the generation first of useful and novel ideas, right? And the second part is its implementation. Now these two are completely different things. Just because you are creative doesn't mean you are going to successfully implement them. So, and both of them have unique consequences and antecedents. So in my own research, I've kind of categorized my own work into these four different quadrants. Okay? And what I want to talk about very briefly is what do we know about innovation in these contexts and what is still to be done. So the first quadrant deals with the antecedents of creativity. What are the factors that facilitate creativity in a small team? Right? And we know a lot. This is the one quadrant where we know a lot. There's a lot of work that's been done, which can be easily transferred to an MSME context. Right? So first, obviously, is you need people that have some kind of domain skills that are relevant to that context, to that business. Right? We have research that talks about the composition of the team. The more diverse a team is, the better they are at coming up with more creative ideas. Obviously, there's other factors like the complexity of the job. Instead of having a routine job, employees that have more complexity in their job, meaning people that have greater significance, they see meaningfulness in their job. There's more complexity in their job. There's different components to their job. These are people who are actually much more creative than people that are much more performing much more routine or routinized or mechanical jobs. The presence of creative co-workers is especially important. The more you have people that are willing to take risks, come up with new ideas, the more creative others in that team become. The other thing, and that's where my own work has been, is in terms of understanding networks. Who are the people that you're interacting with? The more that people interact with diverse set of audiences, we know from a lot of research that this is what helps to spark the divergent thinking that's necessary for creative work. Thinking, coming up with any kind of new or novel idea. And if you connect people that are in completely different realms, rather than talking to the same set of people, which is just going to echo the same ideas all the time, talking to or connecting or being a broker between two sets of people that don't otherwise talk to each other. These positions in your network, we find are extremely useful for creativity. For example, and it's not just people that, your own networks, there's also indirect effects of your leader or your immediate supervisors. So in my own work, for example, I find that leaders of small teams that are very well connected to diverse others outside are able to bring that and guide their teams to become more creative as well. So all this goes to show that there is a lot of value to be gained by interacting with a diverse set of others, be it suppliers, customers, or people in other companies. Anybody that's not doing the same kind of work that you are helps in facilitating creativity. It's not only important to talk to people outside, and external knowledge is important for creativity, and especially in a team. But what you do with that knowledge is also something that is very critical. Right? So, for example, in another study in our science, we find that external knowledge, when people go in a team, go and talk to others outside. They have a diverse set of contacts outside. Yes, it helps the team overall become creative. However, it's only one more back, please. Yes, thank you. It's only important or it's only useful when these teams do not have a centralized internal structure of communication. So we have problem-solving networks where if the network looks like this, which is very centralized, any kind of diverse outside knowledge doesn't help the team. However, if the problem-solving in the team happens in a decentralized fashion, then we actually find that the external information that team members are bringing in actually has a lot more value, helps creativity a lot more in small teams. So, I mean, there's again a lot of other work that still needs to be done. There's other factors that need to be examined. There's still more scope for research in this area. The person context interaction is something that has not been explored as much as well. So this is something where there is much more work to be done. Alright, so moving on to the next quadrant. The second quadrant is about what are the consequences of creativity. Right? When your employees engage in creative work, what does that do to them? Might not be related to innovation or implementation at all. So there are a lot of other indirect benefits of people engaging in creative work. We find, for example, that people engaging in any kind of, when they think creatively on any task or any job, it helps improve their engagement. It helps improve the psychological ownership that they have towards that particular job. It helps them in becoming more flexible, become more adaptive, which in turn can lead to financial performance, team performance. It might not be related to innovation directly, but it can have other effects. It can also lead to social benefits. So for example, in a recent paper, we find that thinking outside the box actually reduces incivility at the workplace, which in turn enhances a cooperative culture, a more cohesive atmosphere within the team. So creativity has, this is an area which is just recently starting to become, getting some action in terms of research. Right? So what are the consequences of engaging in creative work, and how can teams benefit? It helps team processes work better, facilitate the way people interact with each other in a team. So these are areas, but it can also lead to unethical behavior, because people that are engaging in divergent thinking all the time are also finding deviant ways to engaging in unethical behavior. Right? So there are different consequences associated with behaving or being creative. The third quadrant, and this is where a lot of my recent work has focused on, is what are the antecedents of implementation of ideas. And this is what I call an innovation gap. Innovation gap deals with the idea that people might come up with a lot of creative ideas at work, but many of them don't get implemented. Many of them don't see the light of day. Right? So the problem is not that employees in these small companies or teams don't come up with creative ideas. They have lots of ideas, but none of them get implemented. Right? And what is the reason for this? And this is what I've been working on more recently. Obviously, it's possible that the idea is really bad, so they can't be implemented. Or that they're too expensive to implement, so they can't be implemented at all. But more important than that, we actually find that the big culprit here is the immediate supervisor, right? The immediate boss of these employees. These are the people that claim to value creative ideas, and they say we want a lot of creative ideas, but these are the people that actually kill prematurely a lot of these ideas. When employees come to a manager or to a supervisor with an idea, it's not a fully baked idea. So Ed Catmull at Pixar says that early ideas are like ugly babies. When they're born, they don't look the epitome of health and happiness. You have to help them develop, you have to help them grow and nourish them. But what managers do is that they kill these ideas prematurely. In fact, in a recent study, what we did was, in a company we asked a bunch of employees to come up with new ideas about how to improve things. And then we gave the same set of ideas to their customers, and the same ideas to the managers, and said, which ideas resonate most with you? Which do you think should be implemented? Not surprisingly, the consumers picked the most creative idea, the most novel idea. When you went to the managers, they picked the least novel idea that they would want to implement. So there is something going on about managers, and the main reason we find is this aversion to novelty. Novel ideas elicit a lot of uncertainty. We don't know how it's going to work. We don't know what's been done before. This is very new. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and people are averse to uncertainty. This is especially the case, we find, with people who are in managerial positions. Even if the same employee, the same person, if you are in an employee's role, you're very open to creativity. But the minute you move to the managerial role, something happens and people come into this economic mindset, thinking, oh, I need to be only thinking about the money right now, right? And this is so uncertain, I don't know how this is going to work. So I'm not going to implement this at all. The other reason we find, and this is something that all of us might be familiar with, is a not invented here syndrome. Now when you think about innovation, it's not necessary that we come up with the idea ourselves and then we implement it. You can always borrow from an idea from somewhere else. Oh, this idea works great in this other company. I'm just going to import it into my company because I think it will work very well here. But the problem is, and that's innovation as well, but the problem is again, people feel very defensive to import ideas from other places, even if they might be really useful to you, even if it might give you a competitive advantage. So they say, this is not invented here. We don't do things like this here. Right? So this is another big reason that we find that managers tend to reject this idea. So in one of our papers, we try to find out, okay, what can we do to reduce this aversion that managers have to uncertainty? And we find that when you're pitching ideas, when employees actually do a very quick and dirty prototype, it reduces the anxiety, the uncertainty that managers have to a very significant extent. We were talking to a designer in IDEO. He was saying that this is something that we do all the time and it's very cheap. It doesn't require a big R&D department. It doesn't require a lot of funds. They were trying to design something for ENT specialists so that they could go in, it's a little gross, but to go in through the nose to do some surgery. He said we were trying to figure out something. We pitched a lot of ideas, but they were not very certain about any of them. So this guy says, I just looked at what I had in my office drawer. I had an empty film roll canister, a clothespin, a clip, and an expo marker. I just taped them together and I took it to them. I took it to my manager and to the surgeons, and they were really excited about it because then they could see possibilities. Once they saw something in some rough form, they could see possibilities. They got very excited. They helped us develop it further. And interestingly, the final product they came up with was pretty similar looking to the original very rough prototype that they had. And so prototyping is something, it's very cheap. You can do it it might not just be about products. It could be about processes, it could be about services. Anything that you can demonstrate, enact, is actually something that receives much more positive responses. More important to that, we also find there are specific types of managers, individuals, who reject these ideas more. Right? Especially we find people with low self-efficacy and confidence, people that have more of a performing orientation rather than a learning orientation. Every time an employee comes to them with a new idea, they feel very defensive. They feel that their image is going to be threatened because this employee has come up with a new idea and it probably questions my competence if I accept this idea. It's not, it's difficult to believe, but it's much more common than we think of. We actually find that managers can be very territorial, especially managers who have lower status in the organization, who feel that I don't have the power is different. I have power, but I don't have the social respect or status that I think I need. People don't respect me. I don't have the prestige in my work. And these low status managers actually become much more territorial because they are afraid of losing their domain. And this is especially the case in small companies where there is a founder who's come up with an idea, right, and who's defining his or her own identity based on that idea. So if somebody else in the company comes up with an idea to improve it, they feel very territorial. They feel that, I'm going to lose control of this. And therefore, they reject these ideas. It's counterintuitive, and especially in an SME context, it's extremely important that people that are working for you come up with new ideas so it reduces your burden. Right? And that's actually something that should benefit you. But again, it's irrational, but managers do reject these ideas for various reasons. What can we do about it? In another paper, we also find that when, again, employees, managers have diverse networks. They are much more open-minded. So for example, we experimentally manipulated managers' networks and we gave them ideas that their employees had generated, taking away all the identifiers. And we find that generally people reject novel ideas. But when they have these broader, diverse networks, heterogeneous networks of people that they're interacting with, they're much more open-minded. And this negative evaluation of novel ideas actually goes down. Finally, the fourth quadrant. This is something where there's a lot of work in the strategy literature at a big firm level, but there's still more to be done. What are the consequences of implementing innovation, implementing new ideas? So for example, the first one is internationalization. There's a recent paper that I found in the MSME context by Simba et al. 2023, I think, who found that engaging in open innovation is actually a way of internationalization. So open innovation was an antecedent of internationalization in the MSME context. Again, there's a lot more to be done in terms of how do these innovations, how does the implementation of innovations lead to social impact or lead to environmental impact? Are there types of creativity, incremental innovations versus radical innovations that lead to different types of impact? There's a lot more to be done in this area, which we currently are lacking. And obviously, they're not silos. We can also do a lot of research on areas across these different quadrants. For example, do the outcomes of implementation feed back into the creative process, into how employees think about creativity. So there's a lot more to be done in terms of the across quadrant implications for all of us as researchers. Which brings me to my last part of my talk, which is then, what do we take from this research? What are some actionable insights based on our own research in innovation and creativity that can be applied to the MSME context? And based on my whatever understanding I have, I feel that it's about what I call the 3 C's. Challenging assumptions, connecting and teaming up, and creating safe spaces for employees. The most important thing is about challenging assumptions. If you look at all of these companies, they're all big companies now, look at all of these companies, they are all companies that have challenged the existing way of thinking. Right? Just to give an example, Uber, the biggest taxi company but with no taxis, no actual ownership of these taxis in most places. Right? And a similar thing with all of these others. So the most important thing is to encourage employees to challenge assumptions. Now, when I teach creativity, for example, in my classes or in a workshop that I'm doing for a company, I give them this task. Some of you might be familiar with this, which is called the candle problem. There's a candle, there's matchboxes, and there's a box with thumbtacks. And I say, okay, you have to attach the candle to the wall, light it, without the wax dripping on the floor. Okay. So they try, a lot of people try, some of them crack it, but most of them do not realize what the solution to this is. And we'll show in the second slide, okay, that you just invert the thumbtacks, use that as a container, pin it to the wall, and then you light the candle. And then people say, oh, I never realized that the box could be used as anything other than a container for those thumbtacks. Right? And this is what we call functional fixedness. We think that there is a certain way of doing things. We do not feel comfortable challenging or doubting the rules that we follow. Unless we are able to doubt the rules we operate under, or that the mental schema that we are working with, no creativity is possible. So it's important to actually encourage employees in small teams, small organizations, that it's okay to challenge assumptions. Okay? And how do you challenge assumptions? And this is what we know from research. Ask why and why not. Why is this the way it is? Why can't we do it somewhere else? And we reframe the question. Every time we reframe a problem, we find a different solution. And this is again supported by a lot of strong research. Always thinking in terms of different options. Instead of having one option, have 3 options. And one of them will definitely be something that challenges the status quo. engage in slow multitasking. Doesn't mean juggling 10 things at a time, but working on 2 or 3 different projects where it's slow multitasking. Because when we're working on one project the whole time, and this is for us as PhD students, for us academics doing research as well, when we are so focused on one project, we sort of forget the big picture and we're just looking into the weeds. But when we shift focus and work on something else for some time, that incubation allows us to get new insights into the first project that we're working on. And again, there is a lot of research support for this. Don't always trust your expertise. An interesting anecdote, there was another research study where we brought in a group of carpenters, roofers and skaters and said, we are trying to look for new ideas for respiratory masks for carpenters, safety belts, safety equipment for the roofers, and kneecaps for the skaters, right? Come up with new ideas. And interestingly, what we find is that the best or most creative ideas for each group came from another group. Carpenters were not able to come up with really good ideas for themselves, but they came up with great ideas because creativity happens when you link 2 things that have not been linked before. An insight from another field can be much more interesting in terms of providing novel insights as compared to just trusting what you know in your own domain. So it's very important to encourage employees to interact as diversely as possible. Which brings me to the second one, which is connecting and teaming up. Creativity, when we think about it, or innovation, we have this image sometimes of this mad scientist having an aha moment. But creativity in organizations is a social process where it emerges in the interactions that we're having with others. I say something to you, and then you say something back, and that triggers a new thought in my mind. So creativity happens in that nexus of interactions that we have with people, and the more diverse the people are that we're interacting with, that's definitely better. So can we encourage our employees to go attend a conference which is completely different area, not directly related. Interact with people in a different company. So interacting with diverse people is one of the most critical aspects or critical determinants of creative work. The second important thing is to interact in loose networks. So working with this company, a small company which had almost 90% of the market share. Now they have an ecosystem of other small companies that they were interacting with. And they had a very important insight which I thought was really cool, which was that we interact with all these different companies and we work together. But we have a very organized but very loose network, meaning that we don't try to control what the other company is doing. Right? We coordinate well, we have a very structured network, but we don't try to control. There is no one company that controls everything that everybody is doing and tries to coordinate it. We are a very loosely connected network, because if the more control we exercise, we constrain the creativity of our partner, and therefore it hurts the entire ecosystem. So they said that when we are working with different, again it's the same for people, when you're working with different people, have a loose network, meaning that it's okay that everybody is not connected to each other. Right? It's okay if the network is sparse. So what we actually in this context find is that when companies interact with other companies, when you're a broker company, meaning that you connect to other companies that don't otherwise talk to each other, they don't interact with each other, you derive a lot more benefits, especially in a very competitive situation. Right? So it's very important to not have networks which are echoing each other's talks. It's a loose network which is coordinated but not controlled centrally, is something that benefits creativity. When you look at teams that are most creative, the common thing we find in research is that these are teams that welcome conflict. When you think about brainstorming, one of the most important rules is that suspend your judgment. Right? We actually find that that's not something that works in companies, in organizations that work together. The best teams are the ones that actually have a lot of constructive conflict. They challenge each other, they ask questions, they ask the tough questions, They don't agree just to get along. Right? So they don't take it personally. These are teams where there is a lot of disagreement, there is a lot of important issues that they are debated upon, there is criticism of ideas, and these are the teams that do well, especially because of the next one, which is they create synthesis of it. So these are companies that try to not, oh, you have one idea, I have a different idea, let's try and find a compromise. No, these are companies that actually try to synthesize and these two completely opposing thoughts, and that is when they are successful in becoming creative. Finally, the last C is about creating safe spaces, and this is about the owners, this is about the entrepreneurs, this is about the leaders of these small enterprises. Allowing experimentation and failure is the cornerstone of creativity. Unfortunately, there's recent research by McKinsey that said that only 26% of leaders actually develop the skills to create the psychological safety that is needed for them. Every time somebody comes up with an idea, if it fails, they don't have the safety that they're not going to be punished. Right? So psychological safety is my feeling that if I do something wrong, my boss is not going to chop my head off. So psychological safety can only happen if you experiment and you're allowed to fail. There are actually companies that give their employees an I messed up card and say you have to use this at least twice this year. Right? If you don't use it, then you're actually getting a low performance rate. But it's not easy for everybody to do. It's easier said than done. Psychological safety of experimenting not to prove something. We do pilots. Pilots are for proving something. The experiments are for improving stuff. You learn as much from failure. And creativity happens in failure. So going back to the Edison picture that was there. Edison, we say Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. But he said, I had 1,000 failures before I reached here. So the process of creating that light bulb happened at the 1,000th step. So it's not something that happened right away. And unless we have the freedom to experiment and fail, we are not going to be successful in experimenting. And this is something that leaders need to consciously be thinking about. So, okay. The sad part, however, is that even though innovation is really important, a lot of companies get into this anti-innovation culture because most of the time they're focused on efficiencies, processes, money, not making a loss, which is understandable. But those are the exact things that kill creative thoughts and kill any kind of innovation. So as much as possible, it's important to not make everything about efficiency and scale, to embrace uncertainty and seek small innovations. It's okay to not have a disruptive innovation. A small innovation can be very useful. And not isolate innovation in a separate department. Innovation needs to be something that every employee is doing as part of their job every day. It's not something that is to be delegated to a separate department. Right? And especially as leaders, and for small businesses where people have put their blood and sweat into developing an idea, it becomes very difficult for such leaders to step off the stage. But when you're working with creative people don't like to be controlled. They want to be co-creating the future with the leader. So it's very important as leaders to set the stage, but not perform on it, to invert the pyramid so that people at the bottom who are closest to the customers can bubble up ideas. And to be inclusive, create the firm as a space where everyone can interact as equals without any kind of restrictions. In closing, I just want to say that innovation is available to all, but used by very few. So when MSMEs innovate, they are not just creating or solving problems; they are reshaping lives. They are transforming economies. So all of us, hopefully as academics, as policymakers, or as entrepreneurs, if we can help MSMEs turn small ideas, hopefully we can help them turn small ideas into big solutions, local dreams into global realities, and small humble enterprises into more powerful agents of change. So with that, I'll end my talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is indeed a privilege to learn from you. We will now take a brief intermission. Kindly proceed to the designated area for refreshments and we'll reconvene at 11 a.m. for the panel discussion in the same room. Thank you.
Don't end.
No, not ending, just pause.
How?
Just remove it.
No one is watching.
Oh shit. Where is it? I don't know. He said it's downstairs. Near the downstairs. We'll go get it. Someone make the corrections of the.
Yes.
Go with this now. Huh? It's not. Jessica. Oh, this has HDMI port and Type C. Mic and all is there, but then this has only HDMI port. Yeah. आज आगे चला
ये चाय भी नहीं चलेगी। हाँ मैं सोच कहाँ जा रही हूँ। ये भी नहीं है। Bro, you don't want tea, coffee, something? What? I will go. Hey, let's go. You stand to the work. We'll meet you out. You keep this. Nitin, take care of this. Because we might have to change the size or something. Okay? There wasn't this kind of Nitin? Okay. चल यार ये वो कर लूँ वो हाँ
हो गएगी guys You guys can go outside also if you want, but the session will be starting in some time, so please make sure that everything is in place, then you can go to that, it's not an issue.
Our distinguished panelists bring a wealth of expertise to explore strategies, innovation and insights that will pave the way for the future of micro, small and medium enterprises. Now, I invite our esteemed panel members. Firstly, we have Shri Atish Kumar Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSMEs, Government of India. I kindly request sir to please come up on stage. Shri Atish Kumar Singh has over 25 years of civil service experience in policy formulation, administration and institutional development. He has played a pivotal role in initiatives like Champion Portal, Z certifications, lean processes and blockchain-based threads for MSMEs. A former leader in railway operations like G20 Small and Medium Enterprises Finance Workshop. Up next, we have Dr. Ramanan N. Shukla, Head of Z Division at Quality Council of India. Sir, I kindly request you to please come up on stage. Dr. Shukla has over 20 years of experience in quality, business excellence and organizational transformation. He holds a doctorate in environmental management and an MBA in marketing and is a certified Six Sigma Black Belt. Lead auditor for ISO 9001 QMS and assessor for ISO IEC standards. Having trained over 5,000 professionals, Dr. Shukla has spearhead initiatives in supply chain transformation, policy design and sectoral competitiveness, establishing himself as an authority in quality and governance frameworks. Now we have Sri Sundri Mohindu, founder, director at MYMT Integrated Solutions. Sri Sundri Mohindu is the promoter and director of M1 Exchange. He is a visionary in finance and fintech with over 30 years of experience. He founded M1 Exchange, an RBI licensed invoice exchange driving MSME financial inclusion, and MYMD Integrated Solutions offering tech-enabled finance and HR solutions. A mentor with NASCOM and guest faculty at NIBM, he co-authored a pivotal chapter on MSME financing innovations in the India Banking and Finance Report 2021. And our panel moderator, Professor Ankit Sharma, Assistant Professor at IIM Amritsar. He specializes in operations management with expertise in optimization, supply chains and transportation systems. I request you, sir, to please join the panelists upon the stage. To honor our panelists' contributions, I would like to invite Professor Ankit Sharma to present the mementos as a token of our gratitude and appreciation.
ये रखते हैं।
Thank you, sir. Without further ado, I hand over the session to our moderator and panelists. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. To all who are present here in this 4th International Conference on Management of MSMEs. And today's theme could not have been more apt because the people who are sitting with us here, they are the ones who can take us to the journey how MSMEs are getting assistance, advancement and are making global impact. So today if we look at India's position, we are sitting at a critical juncture. Why? Because today the talk is not only about empowering the economic imperative of the MSMEs, but the talk is more about how to make a global impact and India has the chance right now to be a global leader in terms of quality, innovation and sustainability aspects when it comes to the development of MSMEs and how they are progressing over the years. So I will take you to the agenda of the conference and this particular panel discussion where broadly we are trying to cover 4 aspects, and why those 4 aspects are important I hope that comes out in the panel discussion as time progresses. I think a lot of us think that okay, why MSMEs are so important. So if you guys are not that aware, so I'll be telling you a few facts that at least surprised me a lot, that MSMEs not only take care of 30% of India's GDP, but they are also taking care of 45% of the total exports that India is doing. So a lot of times we feel that it is the major MNCs that are contributing a lot, but these MNCs are the ones who are not only giving these numbers, but they are employing over 110 million jobs also. They are giving employment to over 110 million, and this is a recorded figure. And we all know that India has a lot of unorganized sector. So this number, I believe, is much higher than what is being recorded. So there is no doubt that MSMEs are playing a crucial role, and how the journey is moving forward is what I would like to gain knowledge from our three esteemed guests. So broadly this panel will follow 4 themes. First one is the role of Ministry of MSME and Government in assisting and advancing these MSMEs, what all has been done and how this journey is progressing from government and ministries lens. Second is how MSMEs are advancing with the aid of technology, the financial support and the interweaving of this technology and financial trade systems, or the platforms where a lot of challenges, as I was watching some of your podcasts on YouTube and one of your association meeting when it happened in 2022, where you talked about that a lot of MSMEs, they were facing a challenge of finance at times. So how the ministry and the system is now empowering MSMEs in their domain. So that is where we will touch upon in the second theme. Third one is global impact. So how export strategies are planned, so that it's not only the talk that we say MSMEs will make a global impact, but what actually is happening and how export strategies are being woven so that they are actually making that kind of impact that we are seeing around the world. And this 45% of total export of India coming from MSME, will see some of the success stories how that is happening. And finally, no panel about competition and competence and global impact is complete without talking about the quality aspect. So how quality is playing a role in shaping up all the aspects that we are going to talk about will be our 4th theme in the discussion. We will be following a short Q&A at the end. So whatever questions you have, you can directly ask the panelists and gain some insight. So that is the broader agenda. So sir, if we start from that point that I was reading your assessment event recording, and you pointed out 2 important things in that meeting, that India or MSMEs are at a juncture where digitization and digitalization of trade systems is the need of the hour. And you said by 2025 this trade systems market, or you can say trade financing market, will be a key player in this particular domain. Sir, how do you see that particular thing evolving over the years, in these 3 years, that where has the system gone and how much of digitization and digitalization of this system has made the progress in terms of how MSMEs are doing today?
Thank you. So first, let me begin by letting you know that you mentioned that there were 10.1 million, you said, is the employment, so present level is
110 million. So yes, sir, that was the recorded.
The latest data is 23 crores. That is the present level of employment. And if you look at the Udyog registration system, and Udyam is growing at the rate of 50 to 20,000 registrations per day. And if you look at the average, data of the number of people employed for MSME, that comes down to 6. So every day, the 15,000 to 20,000 MSMEs are getting registered, and each of them about 6 to 7 employees. So this figure is going to reach, there are 25 to 30 crores very soon. I think we certainly be looking at that. And when that happens, it will overtake agriculture as the largest employer in India. So anyway, so that is just to let you know that. Now we are talking about trade finance, supply chain finance, and so alright, so I had said in the past, and I am telling you again in that discussion also that this has occurred. So we have set the Prime Minister set targets, for 5 trillion economy. There are other targets for 2 trillion export and all that. How are we going to go there? And so there are several ways to take that trajectory and be there. And we have, if you look at the data of the GDP, so 24% is coming from gross capital formation. 60% is coming from consumption, and the remaining from exports or Chinese stocks. So it is a consumption-led growth. And what is happening around the world? How does growth, what is driving growth? All people of education and learning. Output is a summation of consumption plus investment, but in India, it is a consumption-led growth. And but what I was telling in that meeting was that maybe we need to look at a trade-led growth. And how do we go there? So a trade-led growth, the government is pushing through various interventions. If you look at the various systems which are integrated, Gati Shakti is a very important intervention of the government for the purposes of planning and movement forward on trade. Sagar Mala is another, for the inland waterways. Then road connectivity through the NHAI and DFCC, the Dedicated Freight Corridor of India. These are all huge infra systems which have been put into place to facilitate trade. Other thing which the government did was, everybody knows the GST was implemented, lock, stock and barrel, and we did away with the off-trade tax, which was a big impediment to the trade. Okay. So internal trade, the government is pushing very hard, and so we have, Mr. Sandeep gone through a lot of innovation on the financial side, also the post trade and supply chain finance. Trade is one of the big, the trade enablement, trade, electronic trade receivable, electronic discounting system. So that again, the government is pushing very hard to facilitate, the supply chain finance. If you look at finance itself. So there are in the MSME area, 27 lakh crores is supplied by the formal system, that is the scheduled commercial banks. Another 3 lakh crores is given by the NBFC. Another maybe around 80,000 crores by microfinance institutions or maybe UCB and RRBs and so on. So in all, it's about 30 to 33 lakh crores, which is currently there. And growth rate of finance is 60 to 70%. Growth of credit to the MSME. So, and 60% of that is working capital. So I'm just giving you these numbers to give you the perspective on how supply chain finance and working capital is so very important for in the growth story of India. And so with that being the perspective, it is important that we keep on innovating, keep on, like Ma'am was talking about creativity in our previous lecture. How do we convert creativity and innovation into reality and translate that on the ground? And TREADS is one of the great manifestations of that. And if you've been following the budget, we also come up with presently there are the traditional system of risk assessment in the banks is based on collaterals. How do we move away from that? So the government has announced in the last budget that an alternative system of risk assessment may be developed which uses non-financial data, utility information, other pay. So So that model is almost ready, and so and the arbiters discussions between the RBI and the government are going on, and we will be coming out with a formal model on that front. Just before I close, just one more thing which is very important, which is happening, the account aggregator. If you will follow, account aggregator system provides the financial information through financial information provider and financial information users. And this, along with the data from the credit information companies, is going to be of tremendous use in making the assessment and in the LOS, that is the loan registration system. So how do we bring the AAF framework and the CIC framework into the LOS, and so that the credit story improves. So these are some of the big innovations the government is focused on. So I'll stop over here because there will be more. Sandeep will tell you more about credit, which is very, very important.
So sir, yes, in that meeting, I'll go to Sandeep for that response. You highlighted one thing, that MSMEs are a bit hesitant to go towards the e-platforms a lot of times, and that was a challenge. So sir, how systems like trades has kind of tried to solve that problem, or did you face an initial challenge of acceptance, or how are the things turning out now?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, thank you for hosting us as a panel and giving us the experience on sitting on a table and chair of a classroom 3 decades later. The only difference is in our time we had to pull the chair, it had steel legs, it used to create a sound when you had to pull it. Now this is lever oriented, so very good experience. Thank you so much. And that 1 hour of Professor presentation that she's done, 3 decades of experience have been consolidated and presented. I could relate with each one of the points that you were saying. And the 4 quadrants that you showed about creativity and implementation, TREADS is an example of that. Actually, what Atishji is saying, government created, it's a creativity of the government, that somebody like yourself must have created a white paper on solving the challenge of delayed payments for MSMEs or working capital financing deficit for the country. Government identified that creative paper, created the infrastructure which is needed to run it or to implement it, and then companies like us came forward and implemented it. So it's actually the 4 quadrants that you were showing TREADS is one of the examples which fits into it at a country level. When we started, like to your question now, that adoption. So adoption, what you heard and what you were talking, so in TREADS there are 3 participants. Buyer, which is a large corporate, MSME, which is a seller or a supplier to that large corporate, and then the banks who are coming and financing that receivable and solving the challenge of delayed payments because the customer is paying 60-90 days later and the SME needs working capital to fund his next order. So we had that challenge that first and foremost was the banks, which are very, very large financial institutions, going and talking to them and saying, आप इनकी financing कर दीजिए on a digital platform by way of a bidding process. Bidding is that the banks are bidding for the best price to be offered to the SME. And the banks were like, MSMEs come to our branches, I don't need to bid for their business. So bringing that change in the country is where ministry, ourselves, RBI, DFS, everybody has worked together to bring that change in the country, that today banks are participating on digital platforms and financing those invoices, and it has become a kind of an ongoing revolution. In 2016, when we first launched it, in the full year, we had financed only 350 crore worth of invoices in the country. Okay, so that means 30 crore per month on an average. Now today we are doing 500 to 700 crore worth of invoices in a day. And in a month we are doing about 20,000 crore worth of invoices in a month. And each value of an invoice ranges from 30,000 to 40,000, goes up to 4-5 crores, 10 crores also. But predominantly the invoices value are between 40,000 to 5 lakhs. The major chunk is that. 90% of the volume is that. Yes, the larger values also come. So that change is something I had not thought through, and I could not imagine that MSMEs will be able to do it digitally.
Yeah.
You know, the people are logging in from 2,200 cities in the country, and cities that I have not heard of names, they are logging in, and from the computer or from the mobile they are clicking a picture and putting the invoice and getting it discounted. So I could not dream of that MSMEs will become so digital in 2016. And today is a time when, with the government push that people are adopting it, that today has reached this kind of scale. Now the benefits which have flown to all the participants in the industry, we will probably pick up more in the conversation.
So just one follow-up question. Has pandemic played a role? Because digital adoption in pandemic spiked a lot. So
200%. Pandemic has played a big role.
But I'll tell you one more. Pandemic was, of course, it did bringing more force into the trade system. But just to tell you the bigger thing, the delayed payments is a big problem in the MSME ecosystem. Okay. And one report, this is 2018 vintage, it came up with a number that 10 lakh crores are locked into this. And about out of 10 lakh crores, which may have now become as that second version is now scheduled to come very soon. And so my assessment is that it will be anything between 50 to 60 lakh crores. That's a number which is locked into this. And just look at the total, I just told you the figure of the total credit by the formal system. It was 32 lakh crores. Half of it is, half of the 50% of that money is locked into delay. And so trades, it's done about 4.5 lakh crores.
Cumulatively, yes. Cumulatively, we've already done that. And out of that 5 lakh crore, 2.5 lakh crore is happening this year.
So
and 1 lakh crore was happening last year. So it's like that kind of adoption.
that is tremendous. Sir, in one of your podcasts also, you talked about how technology is reshaping this entire trade finance system. So apart from platform and bringing the buyers and suppliers on a platform, what all do you see technology doing to this particular sector?
See, I'll of course break my answer into 2-3 parts, but let me put a very simplistic part. When we started in the beginning, the challenge was that a MSME could go to a bank and get his invoice discounted, get a payment earlier also, today also, right? The challenge was that the invoice of a customer, which may be, let's say, for an Airtel, which is sitting in North, and the MSME may be sitting in West Bengal, and going to a bank in West Bengal near his office, how does a banker validate whether he is really given service to Airtel, whether Airtel has really accepted the service and the invoice is genuine? And it is not double paid. All those challenges were existing on the table, and the technology solved those challenges, that it brought transparency and all of them into one network. That means Airtel is also coming on the system, MSME is also coming on the system, both are acknowledging that the work has been done. And therefore Airtel is acknowledging, yes, the payment will be done in so many days. This is an example, right? Now comes the second point, can the banker see it from his own eyes and feel confident? So again, the banker was also brought in into this. So this is what technology is done in simple words, and this knew that was a challenge, and we solved that challenge. Now, what is happening, and what AG was also alluding to, is that these MSMEs have created a digital footprint on the platform in the last 5 years, which means their relationship with their customer, what is the quality of their product that they are giving, how many times it is getting rejected, what percentage is getting rejected, and therefore how is their cash flow moving. Exactly. Now we are using all that data to give more enhanced credit limit to to SME for buying his raw material.
So it is like a civil store for them.
Yes, so what we started was a receivable financing. That means he had already done his work, now he's just raised an invoice, now he's getting his receivable discounted. Now using his data, we are saying, okay, now you need working capital for going down chain. That means you're buying raw material for delivering this order for which the receivable is coming. Can I give you that basis? How has been your performance in the last 5 years with your customer and your cash flows? And that is where the data science, data technology is working on. So that's the second point. The third is the ease of use. Okay, so in one of the examples that was being discussed in the morning is how simple the things have been made. So the digital footprint, whether it's account aggregator, GST, and KYC related information available, we are even privileged and rather blessed that we are connected to Zudyam portal. Right, so whatever MSME is declaring on a Zudyam portal, automatically that information is available so that his ease of use into the trade system is, he doesn't have to populate it again. All that is already available. So all that digital ecosystem connectedness, the network, is something which is again what technology.
So sir, my follow-up question would be for you. How government is looking at technology? Like as he's saying that Zudyam portal is what is enabling a lot of things. So how government sees technology and its role in coming years?
Yeah. Of course, technology is one of the key drivers of growth and innovation across the country into the sector. And so there are two very important things which the government is contemplating to take technology right into the hinterland. One is what is very important is to because ultimately it is driven at the state level. So it is important that there is greater synergy between the government of India and the state governments. And to do that, so the ministry rolled out a new program called the Raising and Accelerating MSME Performance. I don't know if you heard of that. So it's a 6,000 crore project and it has been funded from the World Bank. 50% of the money is coming from the World Bank, 50% is from the consolidated fund of India. And in the works is second version for the greening sustainability fund. So what essentially we've done over here is we created a system where you ask each of the states to come up with a roadmap for the MSME ecosystem. And now about all 36 states in the territory have actually a roadmap in front, which is like a game-changing situation of sorts, as I said, because if you look at this 1 year back, the MSME ecosystem in every state was either being handled by the industry or maybe in some states they had a special focus on and we had a separate department. Now every state has got what is known as strategic investment plan. It contains the roadmap, it contains what is going to be the investment which is going to be done into the sector for various problems which the MSME face in terms of access to technology, capacity building, access to infrastructure, or for the most important access to finance, both current and equity, and then how do we get marketing. All these are some various interventions every state government has put out, and so there is a training roadmap to deliver that. And in that, technology is, believe me, each and every project. So one of the just I can't tell you what it is, but I'll tell you one very important one. So there is the open network digital commerce, if you heard of this. So the India tech stack, of course everybody is out there, Aadhaar, Aadhaar several things have come. The UPI, that is the protocol for finance has come up, payments has come up. Then now there is a protocol for lending which economically you heard of this open enablement network. That's another protocol which is just like this, like the UPI for credit. Yes. And now the RBI and the government are working on what is known as the ULI. So that is the Unified Lending Interface. That is the financing and lending protocol. And for marketing, that is the ONDC, Open Network Distribution. Every state has that concept. It is asking the MSME to like you said, so the MSME ecosystem has the full spectrum of players. There are MSMEs who know nothing about the digitization and digitalization. There are the other spectrum which are overdoing coding and things like that. So there are a whole lot of people in this. So the government is what the government is doing is that helping the MSME on board the old. And so there is a special program which has been developed. That is Trade Development and Marketing Scheme, that is the TEAM scheme, in which the government provides assistance to develop a digital footprint, create a website and an app, and then help you become ONDC compliant so that you join the ONDC protocol. And then it offers you subsidies for key catalog, for order management, for last mile delivery, and for packaging.
So for our audience, if I say, can we say ONDC is the Indian Flipkart or Amazon?
No, so that's the point. That's what I said in the beginning. It is not an app. It is a protocol. See, it's like a UPI is the protocol for payment. It's like a highway. You just think of it as protocol is a highway. And anybody can join and ride. There can be a bullock cart, there can be a truck, there can be a car, there can be a sports car, there can be. So anybody, all the players in the ecosystem can ride on the highway. So the UPI is a payment highway. Different players are there. There are MobiKwik, there are Razorpay, all the banks are over there, and so on and so forth. Similarly, Token and ULI are the highways for credit.
Yes.
ONDC is the highway for DigiCommerce.
That is very interesting that, so I keep on watching a lot of podcasts where they are talking about this platform. There are certain channels that keep on talking about it. My question is, as MSMEs are contributing roughly over 45% in the total exports that India is doing today, how do we see the global export in coming years through MSMEs? Like, are these figures going to improve much? Because again, there is a sector, the MNC sector, that is also competing in that same domain, and they are also pushing hard to increase their exports. Where do you see MSMEs going over the years in export domain, and what are the strategies that government is adopting for, let's say, 2030 or 2035, 10 years down the line?
So on the export situation, you have to look at what's happening currently. Okay, and we are living in challenging times right now. We are already facing crisis. There is a Red Sea crisis going on, there is a Panama crisis going on. So the extra 10 days have been added to the transportation of exported goods, exported of the merchandise. Another problem which is coming up is, there is a rise of, protectionism and nationalistic power across the world, in the Western world especially. And so that is, how do we look at that, how do we deal with that? So there are bilateral and multilateral, agreements and preferential trade agreements which the government is working on. The other problem, is the container shortage. Because this 10 days are increased and then the hoarding of container, that is another causing a problem in the export situation. The fourth problem is the Federal Reserve regime, what's happening in the US. The capital, the bond market or the bond yield is just creating havoc cost economies. India's, whatever with the forex reserve we have, there is a little bit of store money, but there is a limit to how much of that can be done. So capital flight is a problem, and therefore the depreciation of the rupee is something which is visible every day. And another associated problem with respect to all the newer regimes which are coming in. There is a CBAM in place, a carbon border adjustment mechanism. There are ESG regimes which are coming out. Okay, there are other NTB, non-tariff barriers which are in the works. So these are all challenges which the government has knowledge and recognized. So all is not this is not a story of a problem, but yes, the important thing is the government has acknowledged and realized that this is something, and believe me, there is work going on each of these things. Okay, so just to let you know, there are two things which have just been launched. There is a trade connect portal which has been developed, which will help the MSME and the various players in the export arena to find out exportability of the various products which the government obviously the country has, and what are the export and product potentialities in various countries and various markets of the world. Other is the big shift. So this shift, the focus of the export policy has been traditionally on products and countries.
Yes.
Okay. But yet everybody, the realization is set in very quickly that supply chain is driving exports. How do we bring that shift, and how do we become more participative in the global supply chain? So the global, just finish this one minute. So global supply chain, the transition into that so that the exports improve in the country. So there are various, of course there is direct integration between the private participation, but there are other, like I said, bilateral agreements. There are free trade agreements which are existing, preferential trade agreements which are existing. All these are working around to help the policy shift made from product and country to supply chain. But one more thing is quality is very important.
I am reserving a lot of questions for him. Just before that, sir, just one question to you, that logistics is playing a bigger role, because once the product is out from the supplier to the buyer, there is a credit period that you said that 35 to 50 days. What if, due to logistical issues, if the product is not received at the other end, how things work out? Let's say I have promised that I do the payment in, let's say, 45 days, but let's say the buyer says I have not yet received the product. In such cases, how things work?
Right. So I think this question is more relevant for the international trade than a national trade. In the international trade, every payment is dependent on the terms of payment. Okay, so it could be that the payment is linked to goods getting loaded on the ship. In some cases, goods landing on the port, and third case would be goods getting quality checked at the buyer's end. So depending on that only the financing can flow. Yes, at many times, till the time the goods have not been transferred as per the terms that we have discussed, it remains an inventory for the seller. Okay, so there are ways to finance the inventory as well today. However, the point that you are saying, on receivable side, it starts only when the goods get transferred, and that will depend on the terms. As far as the domestic market is concerned, that kind of challenge is not too much prevalent, because within the country movement
is improving with a lot of activity.
And you can easily track it, visibly track it when it is reaching, etc. So within the domestic market, to as a challenge, there's that kind of thing that continues.
Sir, you being from railways, you have experience from railways prior. Can you tell us how dedicated freight corridor has changed the landscape, at least in the part of it is, being operational? Because a lot of times when we compare and we see that, okay, goods from train are moving only 25 kilometers per hour, which is quite slower speed. How dedicated freight corridor is changing that landscape? Because a lot of MSMEs, the cheapest option to transfer the goods is through railways. So how are things changing in that way?
So we have to understand the congestion of the moving quadrilateral. That's the big problem. Delhi, Calcutta, track, and the capacity utilization of is 150 to 160%. There is a train after the headway 2 minutes. If you stand at Ghaziabad, the headway is 2 minutes. So, and just look at the infrastructure, how much can the infrastructure take? So there are asset failure, there is huge asset failure. Because we are constantly, and the margin for repair and job and for maintenance is also reducing. So the asset failure causing further problem, and which causes further delay in the transportation in the time which has been set from movement from place A to place B. So the dedicated freight corridor single biggest achievement is to take out the freight traffic from the normal congested route into a dedicated clean route.
Yeah.
Where the block section between station 1 to station, the next station which is in a traditional system would be like between 7 to 10 kilometers. In the DFC it is 30 to 40 kilometers. So if you gone into one block section, there is no hindrance whatsoever for the next 40 kilometers. You have done at 75 km or 110 km, whatever is the maximum permissible speed over there. And then there is no asset failure. So if the railway is making a commitment that I will supply the goods in 10 hours, it will probably do that. But if it is running on the traditional route, it cannot be done. So that's one way. There are several, on each side there is a special lecture of that, even tell you more. But that is one certain singular change which the DFC will do.
So coming to again that global competition part, quality is of paramount importance when it comes to global competition. How do you see the journey of MSMEs over the past, let's say 10 years? That from where you saw that what were the major problems and how some of those problems are now, becoming an opportunity of getting global impact.
Okay, so if you look at the MSMEs, one of the biggest challenges that always have been is their mindset. So mindset is always a big challenge. So even when we talk about various initiatives that have been taken by the government, like we've heard a lot about the initiatives that have been taken, and there are a lot of beneficiaries also. But one of the challenges that has been is that the MSMEs they fail to do their bit. Opportunities are immense. Since the e-commerce has come into play, the ONDC is coming up big way. Now that is where the MSMEs need to leverage this part. So the good part is there is a consciousness that is coming up that quality has to be there, and they have to also, quality alone again will not be having as a competitive advantage, although in certain areas it certainly is. But then how do they actually go in a manner where they are able to leverage quality, they are able to leverage technology and various initiatives. So I'll just give you an example. Now when we talk about the MSMEs, so we are more than 7 crore MSMEs today. But if you look at exports also, the figures they say around 45%, almost 50% they say is contributed by the MSMEs. But when we look at the global arena, Indian MSMEs contribute only to around 2.5% of the merchandise export. And whereas if we look at the counterparts, let's say China, it's around 70%. Vietnam is 45%, yes, merchandise export. So that is where Vietnam comes in, then that becomes 45%. So our MSMEs are lagging behind a lot. And that is where one of the challenges when it comes to global markets is about the quality standards. So locally you can sell your products, but globally it would be very challenging. So India, if you look at let's say milk products, we are the leading country, right, in production. But if you look at the exports, it's just 1%. And when we look at European Union, US, those regulatory norms are very stringent, which our MSMEs or the industry is not able to follow. FSSI, the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, has recently come up with certain norms regarding traceability and recall. Now, these were not there in our systems, but although it has come as part of the regulation, what we see is MSMEs are far behind following these norms. So these are some of the challenges that have to be taken up. So I'll share a story this is a real story of a woman entrepreneur, a young lady, and her family has been weaving rugs, intricate rugs, and they were catering largely to domestic markets. And the techniques that they were following were age old. For centuries, their family, their ancestors have been passing it on. Now, because this young lady now, she looked at the opportunities, she had that hunger. So what she did was, she looked at one of the clusters that would help her innovate further. And that is where she joined the Jaipur Rugs Initiative. Now this is something which is also supported by the Ministry of MSMEs Innovative Program. And that is where she could realize that some of the dyes that were being used were actually banned in multiple countries. Now, so even if she wants to export, opportunities were there, but she couldn't, right? So then Jaipur Rugs, they also help the rural artisans to connect with designers, right, and also international markets. And that is where she could see the opportunity. She got the learning, looked at the standards that were needed by various international organizations. And by making all those changes, she is now exporting to more than 20 countries. So that is how quality, technology and innovation really plays a huge role. In the same manner, there is one of the districts in Uttar Pradesh where it's famous for black pottery. Right? And now that is something which has got beautiful silver designs on that. Silver color designs, not silver. Now this guy, when we were talking to them, because they participated in our Z program, they're one of the Z certified MSMEs. So when we checked with them that what are the challenges they're facing with in terms of exports. So the person was like a small guy, but he has a lot of understanding. He said, I got multiple opportunities in terms of exports, but I'm not able to do that, mainly because we are using lead as part of the design, and lead is carcinogenic agent, banned almost across the world, but he is not able to figure out what to do. So this is how, unless we follow the quality standards and regulations, we have the awareness, I believe we will have those opportunities limited. All the opportunities are huge, but we will not be able to take advantage of that. So that,
as we see here, a lot of awareness problem is there, or we can say a challenge that is there, that people are not aware. It is not that they cannot improve, it's just that they are not aware if something is banned in international market. So are there any awareness programs that Quality Council of India is doing or planning in the long run, so that more and more MSMEs, they are at par with, okay, what is the international standard, this is what I know, okay, I have to make these changes to make this product sellable in that international market. Are there some programs that you can highlight?
yes, so see, as far as these programs are concerned, there are multiple programs that run, but one thing is to create awareness programs around these specifics, right? Another one is to create a holistic program where we not only help them understand what is required for the international markets, but also help them adopt the standards. And that is where one of the standards, one of the frameworks that we have developed along with the Ministry of MSME, which Atishi has been driving, is the Zero Defect certification program. Now there's a holistic certification program where the standard not only talks about zero defect, that is impeccable quality, right, and zero effect, that is the environment part, no negative impact on the environment. So one of the things while we were developing the assessment model, because we realized that almost 70% of the MSMEs are not even aware about whether there is some kind of product testing that has to be done. So we actually created one of the clauses within the standard is about product testing and certification. So while this becomes part of the standard itself, when the enterprises get into the system and they want to apply for certification, this becomes a mandatory clause. And then it also talks about whether they are aware about it, number one. Number two, if they are aware about it, what are they doing? And number three, in case none of these is happening, how can we support that? Right? So this is how, so in last couple of years when we relaunched, in fact Z model was revamped and relaunched in its new avatar. So in 2.5 years, we have more than 2,70,000 MSMEs that are certified on Z, and almost 4 lakh MSMEs that are registered on the Z platform. So one of the things that we do is a continuous awareness programs to reach out to them, Number two, we have developed more than 18,000 resources on ground who reach out to the MSMEs one-on-one, explaining them the benefits of Z and how the standard would help them. And the third one is, within the scheme's ambit, there's also provision of hand-holding. So if an MSME wants to enhance its competitiveness, wants to build its capabilities, and they need support, because largely one of the ironies in our country is, for so many years we are just seeing that the stats, 99% are micro enterprises, 1% is small and medium, and this ratio has not changed in so many years. And that is the challenge. And out of these, 97%, whatever numbers we are talking about employment, 97% is by the micro enterprises. So basically, unless these MSMEs grow to smaller or medium enterprises, that is going to be a challenge. And largely because they don't know how to go forward. And that is why this consultancy program or handholding program, which is part of the Z certification program and also the Lean certification program, these two schemes are helping MSMEs to avail handholding, the consultancy program, at a highly subsidized rates. And because of this, a lot of MSMEs have been able to not only build their skills and capabilities, but they've been able to adopt new standards and also improve their product quality as well as process quality. So these are some of the initiatives that we are doing, and looking for a lot of collaboration with the industry, with the academia. How can we actually help to disseminate this at a larger level? Because reaching out to 7 crore MSMEs is a huge task, and unless we have all the stakeholders in, I think it's going to take a hell lot of time.
So, can you throw some light on the zero defect? How are we making them understand how they can reduce the defects? That, like in Six Sigma, as we say, okay, 3.4 defects per million. What exactly is zero defect for them? Because their scale of production is not that high. So how do they see that zero defect?
Okay, so see, zero defect is something which is aspirational, but it is not impossible, right? So because zero defect started as a concept when US was developing one of its missile systems. So zero defect is something. Now, one of the challenges with MSMEs is that they do not have an organized way of recording things or measuring things, right? So while we start with MSME journey, with almost all these MSMEs that we have on board, most of them do not have a proper system of recording. Forget everything, standards, quality, everything. Even the customer deliveries, right, whether they are able to deliver it on time. So if you ask any of the MSMEs, majority of them will answer that, okay, approximately in 10 days I will deliver. But if you say, can you specify how much, how are you measuring, they don't have. So the first step that we have tell them to begin towards zero defect is start measuring. Because right now an MSME doesn't know what is the rework that they are doing. And on an average, the MSMEs have 40% of the times they are into rework. So their bottom line is actually getting impacted by 40%. So that is where we start telling them to start with measurement. And once they start measuring, we get a baseline. And then, through hand-holding, through other guidelines, we are helping them to then set up a target, put the processes in place, and then move towards the zero defect concept.
To add to your point, yes, I was just recalling one story. I was talking to one of these small enterprises. They were making handicraft items, and they listed on Amazon. So they were facing a lot of returns, product returns, because the customer was saying that it is a product is broken in transit. So it was not the artsmanship or the product, but the packaging was the problem. They were not knowing how to ship this product to the customer so that it is not breaking in transit. So again, yes, quality at different stages is what may be the awareness issue, that they may be very good in their art, but they do not know how to ship this to the customer.
Just to supplement what he is saying here. See, zero defect, how do you achieve zero? Of course, whatever Dr. Shukla told you is of course of paramount importance. But I will tell you the other part. The Z certification is a process certification. it is important to get the process right. The process of procuring machinery. If you have done that right, you will get the best machine. If you got the best machine, your defect will be zero. The process of utilizing your space, factory premises. If you have done that process right, your product obviously will have moved towards zero defect situations. The process of various other activities, the downstream in terms of, like you said, packaging or maybe transportation or maybe moving from first shop number 1 to shop number 2, from shop number 2 to shop number 3. That process, if you got that right, your product will be good. So process is the key to quality. Well, product is, you get product certification through standardization and other markings and so on and so on. But if you got it, your process in the way it ought to be, the quality is bound to be of the top quality. That will be the
And so the second part of it, like zero effect, how are we ensuring that they stop using, let's say, lead or those dyes which are not making themselves products outside? So what kind of shift or what are the alternatives and what kind of shift they are getting in terms of, let's say, initiatives or support or awareness program? That okay, if not lead, then what?
So there are a couple of things. One is, like Atiji just mentioned, that it is about the process. So within the holistic framework, what we have done is we have put all these processes in place so that the MSME is able to put the right process and systems in place. The second part is, so part of this entire framework is also the zero effect. Right? So that is where there are a couple of clauses that we look at. So one is energy management, because energy efficiency ultimately will improve the carbon footprint. We have environment and also natural resource conservation. Now, through this framework, we are not only making the MSMEs aware that this is something that they need to do, but we also help them through a roadmap how they can move beyond it. So, for example, one is selection of technology and the processes, the way they follow, right? Because every process will have some impact on the environment. So, one is the process design, so value stream mapping that comes into play. Second one is identifying the right technologies. And that is where, as part of the hand-holding, the concepts are required to identify the technologies that are required by the enterprise to reduce its carbon footprint or emissions or effluents, anything we talk about. And in fact, there are, as part of this entire initiative, there's a financial assistance of up to 3 lakh rupees for an MSME to adopt zero effect solution. So once the consultant recommends that okay, these are the technologies that you can purchase or upgrade to, your environment footprint will come down. So then they would get a financial support of up to 3 lakh rupees. That 828 technologies are already listed, and this list will keep on growing depending on the need. And this is also based on the sectoral need. So textiles, or when we talk about leather industry, we talk about chemicals. They're high polluting industries, right? So these initiatives are already part of this entire mechanism, and we have seen a lot of MSMEs embarking on the handholding part, and almost 1,200 MSMEs now are in the process of applying for zero effect solution. So this is how bit by bit we are moving forward. But yes, one of the things that we are also, as I mentioned, between the collaboration with the research institutes who can help in bringing better technologies.
Can finance play a role in sustainability? Like the firms who are adopting these practices can get easier finance options through platforms like Threads or something like that. Something on this line.
Yes, so this is being contemplated that ESG compliant SMEs can a bank give a discounted pricing to an ESG compliant SME invoice versus a non-compliant. So there is a paper which was created in this regard. The buy-in has to come from the financial institution also. Their capital income is coming from such investors who need this kind of investment. They want bank to invest in such enterprises who are doing ESG compliant. So it's a chain effect. It's brewing. In due course, yes, it will come up.
I just add on this. So while we develop this framework of Z certification, one of the things that has happened is we have roped in more than 21 financial institutions. There are various banks, both public sector and private sector. And looking at the framework, they realize that there is something that is going to help MSMEs in becoming, more quality oriented and also sustainable. And once the MSMEs are into that, because lending is always a risk. So if someone has their processes better, someone who's already on the right side of the laws and regulations and standards, certainly that would add to it. So that's why there are these 21 financial institutions that are offering Z-certified MSMEs loans with concessions on the processing fee as well as interest rates, and this goes up to 2.25%. And to give you an example, in Odisha there is an MSME, and that is basically into modular kitchen furniture that they make, and they are Z Gold certified. Z is a 3-level certification, and they went to SBI, got some loan, and because they were Z Gold certified MSMEs, they got concession of 8 lakh rupees on their processing fee, leave apart the interest part. So that is how, yes, financing is going to be a part of it. So probably Z, this is just a start. CGT MSC program, that is also, there's an incentive for the MSMEs. So I think as we are moving ahead, we get more numbers of MSMEs. Probably we'll have a greater buy-in from all financial institutions, and together we'll be able to make a more robust ecosystem for them.
Because it adds the credibility of the MSME as well. They are following process. They are not only aware, but they are following it out.
But sometimes credit limit
Sanction for the buying the raw material. In their credit limit, one of the points which I was mentioning and which we are using as a prototype is how much rejection is he having from his customers. Okay, so if he's done a sales worth, let's say 50 crores in last year, and in this year that sale is going to grow 20%, so it's going to become 60 crores, then how much is the credit limit going to sanction? Now in cash flow based of credit evaluation, we are evaluating that out of 60 crore, what is the rejection rate last year? So he would be producing 62 crore worth of goods or 64 crore worth of goods to deliver 60 crore worth of revenue.
So indirectly quality is already coming in.
It is already coming in. So now, basis his past 5-year trend and customer by customer, we are using that algorithm to find out his cash flow needs, which will be worth, and also the cost of financing changes. If somebody is producing 62 to give 60 crore worth of revenue and somebody is producing 64 to give 60 crore worth of revenue, the interest cost will be different for both.
Through this platform, I would also request, your conference. I was looking at the list of people which have been presented, and several of them are on the green financing side. And be very useful for the government to look at those papers and see how we can translate some of the good ideas into actual policy and programs for the country. Just to give you a small perspective, that presently on the table right now is to develop a full-scale green taxonomy for credit and for equity. That is in the works. And if your paper which you are putting out in the next day or the next 2 days, if they can help the government develop the taxonomy for credit and equity, that will be very useful. Another, I saw one particular paper on greenwashing.
Yeah.
So that is also a very important concern for the government. How do we get greenwashing, all the blocks and whatnot. So that is also a problem which is recognized like a risk, and we are working. So those are still, I just want to put that on the table for you to consider and ask your students and the professors who are already writing papers on this to share those papers.
Sir, just last remark from your side before we open the live for the audience. If we see 20 years day on from today, how do you see things taking shape 20 years from now?
Already what is known as the Viksit Bharat program. Okay, so Viksit Bharat 2047 roadmap is already put out by the government, and so it is available in the public domain, and of course everybody can have a look at it. But for the MSME, ecosystem and the MSME arena, there are certain targets which we identified for ourselves as well, and those are numbers of the formalization, space, and inclusion. I don't remember the numbers, but yes, there is one specific target that we set for ourselves, and so many should be in the formal space. Another target which we set is for the khadi and village industries, and currently the same volume is about 1.5 lakh crores. So that again I don't have the numbers, but that is also one of the Viksit Bharat targets. Then there are targets on the credit gap. The credit gap, there are various formulations. There is an IFC report which says 25 lakh crores. There is another report which is 40 lakh crores, and there are some other. So there are all. So the government and the RBI are working together as a system to find the credit gap in the MSME ecosystem. And once, so broadly everything you know, but you still need to have a very recent and fair assessment of the entire thing. So there is, if you look at the IFC report, they talk about what is known as the addressable credit gap. So there is, they have left out the non-addressable. So what is non-addressable credit gap? So, all that goes up parts. There are a lot of moving parts over there. How do we tackle those so that we come up with a firm number? So that is another work which is going on. And there is another thing which is happening on the census. So the last census was done in 2015-16, and so that is another something which you would like to find out what is the present level of MSME in the formal and informal space. But there are some indications. You can look at the Udyam Assist portal. You can see that is the informal. You just need a PAN card to come into the formal space. But there are several other regimes. There is a Shop and Establishment Act. There is a Factories Act. There is a Civil Tax Act. There are other various municipal registrations. There is GST. So there are different places where there will be some kind of formalization has happened, and so we need to bring all that into one fold, that is the Udyam system. The MSME Act itself is undergoing amendment. It is a 2006 vintage. Several things are on the table. We are working on how do we bring in more inclusivity, how do we make the MSME arena more future proof, how do we tackle problems like the pandemic, how do we make our industries and more resilient, how do we treat the product. So these are all the MSME Act. The Companies Act is also getting amended. How do we bring in harmonization of definition is a very important consideration in that. How do we reduce the compliance burden through the Companies Act so that more and more MSMEs join the corporation. So these are some of the big things that are happening which will help us reach the goal which we set ourselves for the Viksit Bharat 2040.
Okay, so that's a question which is very, very important, of course, because we need to set out a goal, where we want to reach, because if we don't have that, that is something which is not possible. And fortunately, Honorable Prime Minister has set that goal as part of the Viksit Bharat. So now to become a Viksit Bharat, of course, MSMEs will contribute, and they have to contribute a lot. So one of the things is certainly what we can see through all these initiatives. Also, now the next generation in most of the enterprises is the next generation that is coming in. So they have a very different outlook now as compared to earlier ones. So again, that is going to help because they are more forward-looking. They are more eager to adopt technology, which found some kind of reluctance earlier. So I think next 20 years are going to be very interesting. We would perhaps see, which also the government envisions, is the contribution of MSME to GDP, which is now somewhere around lingering around 30% for quite a long time, should be somewhere around 50%, because unless that happens, then probably whatever we are talking about, $5 trillion economy or Viksit Bharat, probably that would not happen. So, and this is very important because it's not only in terms of economic imperative that we are talking about MSMEs, but also social part, because it is MSMEs that would bridge the gap between the urban and rural divide. So I think we can hope and expect a lot with a lot of these bold initiatives coming from the government, Ministry of MSME coming with a lot of those initiatives and reaching out aggressively to the MSMEs. I think we will really see a transformation of the MSMEs.
So Adeshji and Shuklaji has already explained the outer side, how they look upon MSMEs in 20 years, like you said. So if you look at MSME organization internally, I have been an MSME twice in my career. Okay, so my first company, and then for M1 I again became an MSME. So the challenges, some of the challenges which an MSME today faces is attracting talent, right talent who can grow, and take it to the next level. That is now becoming a reality, that talent is now open to work with SMEs, startups. More and more people coming out from colleges and education institutions are looking to become entrepreneurs themselves. So therefore, the employment wise, you are able to attract the talent. And some of the points which she was alluding to in the morning. So by that standard, the number of SME enterprises should grow in India quite a lot. And the challenge of talent attraction, technology adoption, because more and more Indians are becoming educated, that should be more easier to work with. And the ease of the doing business, which the government in many cases is working on various parameters. So all of this should contribute towards creating more SMEs, and which is a welcome change for the country, I would say.
Many insightful points. I learned a lot, and I am very sure that you guys got some really good points that you were knowing little bit about or were not knowing at all. So now the floor is open for you. If you have any questions, you can ask our panelists.
So myself, from we are very good in MSMEs. This is doing so much for the MSMEs. But at international level, we are lacking somewhere. So it might be due to the productivity. So where we are standing in terms of productivity at MSME level.
So yes, productivity plays a huge role, in competitiveness, because unless your productivity is good enough, at least we'll not be able to compete with the countries. So if you look at the overall productivity, we are around 40%, 40 to 50% less than the developed nations in terms of MSME productivity. So I think this is a huge gap. So while we are actually helping in this productivity, why there is this kind of lag? It is basically because of multiple factors. Like for example, adoption of technology. It is because of lack of skilled manpower who could actually run the show. So there are multiple factors. So I believe yes, this is certainly a big factor because of which we are not able to compete in the global markets. Now I'll just give you an example. Although Bangladesh is now grappling with some other things, but in textiles they beat India, right, in exports, and it is basically on the premise of number one, the adoption of technology, skilling people at great level in the textile industry, and third one is productivity. So in Bangladesh is much higher on productivity when it comes to textiles as compared to India. So productivity certainly plays a very important role.
We are not addressing productivity. As I studied the three previous reports of the Ministry of MSMEs, I didn't get a single word about the productivity in the report.
Okay, so maybe I don't know the documents that you referred to, but I'll share there are multiple schemes of the Ministry of MSME that are specifically defined to improve the productivity. Now, one of the schemes that is being implemented is the lean initiative, right? So that is a lean program. So lean is basically a tool, a methodology that was actually that came through Toyota production system. And these are basically multiple tools within the lean system that are employed to eliminate waste and improve productivity. So this is one of the flagship programs of the ministry, and today we have almost 500,000 MSMEs that are on this journey. But again, whatever numbers we do in terms of certifications, in terms of financing, technology, upgradation, the numbers are always going to look very small because we are a vast country with more than 7 crore MSMEs. But it's not that the ministry or the government is not working on it. We are addressing it through various programs, whether it is skill building or whether it is specific schemes that are supposed to be brought in. So yes, there are multiple initiatives in place.
How did you come to this conclusion that productivity is not? You see, you look at any state of the country, wherever there is a manufacturing or a services is set up. The government's initiative on productivity is visible in various elements. If you look at the technology centers, that's one example. Technology centers there are government technology centers, there are state government technology centers, there are private technology centers. What does the technology center do? It makes sure that you get the best technology which is available across the country or even globally. And you also, it also helps you, the MSME, so it is driven through a cluster approach. Okay. And it is driven through the supply chain. It is not as if one MSME needs a particular, it uses a aggregated methodology. So what it does is it helps an MSME, one MSME cannot get a particular machine because it costs very much more than what the stamp would allow it. So the government has set up a program where it says, okay, there is a cluster, here the supply chain needs this particular type of machine. In 1991 it used to produce 10 units per hour. Now we are getting a machinery which is available in Pune or in Ahmedabad, and we will install it here in Amritsar, which will produce 100 units per hour. This is a program which is being run across every state, every union territory, and centrally, and through the state system. And there are private technology centers. So that is just one example I will give you. Okay. Then another feature for productivity, there is something which is called the National Productivity Council. I don't know if you heard of it. So they have several programs going on where how to integrate technology and systems into the manufacturing processes across sectors. Every ministry, there are different ministries which are working in the industrial landscape. There is a mining ministry, there is a food processing ministry, there is a textile ministry, there is the IT ministry. There are all this, and there are many more. Each of them have a separate dedicated program of productivity. You can look it up. Okay, and it's not as if it is corporate, it is working in bits and parts or in certain regional parts of the country. It is not as if everything in industry is happening only in Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra and Gujarat. You look at the footprint of these programs. You will get a fair idea of how productivity. I'm just giving you two examples. There are many other things which are happening. I don't want to get into that. But in Goa they got tool rooms. Look at tool room. Tooling industry is very important for manufacturing. How is tooling happening? Look what's happening in precision manufacturing. Look what's happening in additive manufacturing is big in India now. IoT is being used, all machinery is being retrofitted with IoT to boost productivity. You just have to go to the cluster, go to Gujarat, go to just I don't know, you can go to and then go to Cuttack, which is not known to be industrially progressive. Just go to the cluster, just see how IoT has made such an immersive impact into the system. Small units are using IoT. They have put sensors on the machines. that machine which would stop the zero defect zero defect. And this, it was supposed to work for in 10 hours. Let's say that one machine was supposed to do a particular job for 10 hours. When there was a downtime, you won't know. But now he has a sensor on it, and he is able to watch it from his house. Because there are so many elements of productivity operated by the government, pushed by the government, facilitated by the government, and there are a lot of private initiatives which is going on. There are a lot of associations which are industry associations which are working on this. I think I have answered this question.
So just the last question, if anyone has, then we can conclude.
I am Anjani, right. I am doing PhD from NIT Patna, and I am a startup mentor also at BHub, right. BHub, right. So I have many questions, but I will be specific to one question only. In Bihar, from export perspective, there is a huge challenge. For example, we are aware that makhana, Bihar contributes to about 85 to 90% of production. But it's surprising fact that Bihar doesn't export even 1% of the makhana produced in Bihar. Right? Export is done either through Delhi or Calcutta, even Gujarat and Maharashtra. Right? So this is a challenge. Recently, it is a landlocked state. Like recently, a dry port also has been inaugurated, but it's not functional to that extent. Same holds true for fruits also. Right? In fruit and vegetable industry also, Bihar is among the top 5 producers. But when it comes to food processing unit, or when it comes to export, it is laggard. Right? So I want to just understand if there is any use cases in any other state, right, that can be beneficial for us. Thanks.
So what you can do is you can look up Trade Connect portal, which has been set up by the Ministry of Commerce, and it gives you not only the information with respect to the procedures and process you have to follow to get your exporting done. It also helps you find markets for the products which you have. It has a global marketing intelligence system of software of sorts which have been developed, and it has connected all the embassies of India. And you can also you can make a query that this is my product, like you have talked about makhana, and this makhana is of a particular type or whatever, and the other product description. And this is what I would like to export. I want to please tell me how do I do this and where do I do this. So the portal through its algorithm and artificial intelligence will come up with a solution and tell you, okay, these are the procedures, these are the countries, this is the diaspora, whatever. It will give you the full 360-degree view of what you can possibly do. It will come up with any solution. That's one. Similarly, if you are looking for testimonials on success stories and what other states have been doing, so it also has a knowledge bank in which various success stories have been put. And it also tells you how it has also got interoperability with various other portals where you can get information with respect to exporting particular products. So let's say the ODOP, One District One Program. Or let's say the GI tags. There are about 400 GI tags in India. There are 70,000 across the world. How you may have acquired a GI tag, but the problem is how do you leverage that? How do you move forward with that? So then the ministry itself has a scheme. That is called the scheme for commercialization of intellectual property. It helps you move forward on the GI tag or any intellectual property which you acquired. How do you leverage that? How do you make money out of that? So all these things are in the public domain. Like we said, sometime in between. There is the problem of information symmetry. There are various programs and policies available, not just by the government of India, but by various states. And I acknowledge that information symmetry is a situation, and we need to have more outreach and more engagement so that all these programs, their visibility improves, their knowability gets better coverage. and everybody who wants to use the program is able to not just know about it but actually use them. So there are present systems in position, but of course there are much more things to do.
So basically my question was a bit different, right? Export is happening, but Bihar is not getting credit for that. Export is happening through third party export house or means export हो रहा है.
Doesn't like Makhana doesn't have a GI tag?
It has GI tag.
Yeah.
Makhana has GI tag. Lychee has GI tag. Mango has GI tag. Right. Katarni rice of Bhagalpur has GI tag. There are 8 products which is in Bihar. They are GI tag. But export is happening from outside Bihar. The IC code of Bihar or APEDA license of Bihar of the entrepreneur, it is not being used. Right? Challenge is that. Because of that, when it comes to, we are discussing that MSME contributes to about 45% of export, right? But in Bihar, it's not more than, it's negligible, it's about 2 or 3%, right? Highest contribution in Bihar is buffalo meat, surprisingly, right? From Bihar IC code, if you consider. Recently a dry port was inaugurated and means 2 large consignment, only 2 consignment has been exported from that dry port, and that 2 consignment is of buffalo meat only. Right? Till now, nothing from dry meat, no GI tag product has been exported from there. We can discuss it offline. Maybe
you should look at the scheme for commercialization of intellectual property. We'll get some of your answers over there. And of course we can discuss.
We can discuss offline. Thanks.
Well, we have already over this time, so you can connect with them outside and you can ask your questions. So I would like to end this session here and would like to thank 3 of our esteemed panelists who gave us a lot of insight into what all is happening, and from economic imperative, as I started with, how we are going towards making a global impact in future. So thank you for being here, and I think we can close down this session.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists and moderator for sharing their invaluable insights and making this decision truly enriching. Now I kindly request Professor Ankit Sharma to present the bouquets to the esteemed panelists. It is time to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our panel moderator, Professor Ankit Sharma. Our esteemed moderator has skillfully guided the discussion, ensuring that we explore diverse perspectives and gain valuable insights. To honor his contributions, I would like to invite Professor Priya Singla to present a token of appreciation to Professor Ankit Sharma. Thank you, Professor Singla, for this wonderful gesture. Dear guests, it's time for a lunch break. Please proceed to the designated dining area. We will reconvene promptly after the lunch break at 1:30 p.m. for the conference photo session near the academic entrance to capture the memorable event for all. And after photo session, everyone...
what is there, why is there, and how it is there. We are combining 2 approaches here, right? We had systematic literature review, we had bibliometry, and we try to now converge both of them We all talk about in the morning, we had a session on innovation, right? So this is also innovation and innovation we do in terms of methods. So this is a bit of innovation. We plug in new methods, systematic review, and also biblio, we call it biblio SLR now, right? That's the new term. Okay. So this is just one slide I kept here to set the tone right. What we are going to talk is, we are, 2A and 2B, we are going to talk about review as a research. Right, so you have a empirical way of doing research, you have a conceptual type of research, there is a third type of research you can do is review as a research. Right, imagine literature review, we all do, whether it is empirical or conceptual piece. But what I am introducing here is standalone, right, standalone literature review. Right, and we had a paper which we did a few years back in Maton, where we talked about how we can advance the knowledge through literature review. So I'm not going to talk about when you are doing an empirical paper, you review the literature starting from introduction probably to the end of your application, right? But that's not what I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk about standalone literature review as a stream of research, and very recently, plenty of such guidelines have been published. Okay. So this is one very interesting paper by where they define this as a type of research itself. Review as a science of inquiry. Right, special type of review, where what you do, you try to synthesize, create new knowledge which helps you to identify a gap, and also look forward what are the areas of concern which scholars can look forward in a particular domain. So imagine again I am bringing the context very much right here. I am not talking about literature review, I am talking about review as a type of research. Right, that's the basic idea here. Independent review as a research type. Okay, moving forward. Okay, why we are concerned about it is, look at this figure. This figure I expected, I think, 3-4 days back, and I tried to look at the database, one of the popular database called Scopus. This is clearly telling me that how the systematic review has become a very important part of scholarly community. And particularly you see, last few years have seen a exponential growth. The region is very clear. You have surveyors, you have access to different databases now easily, and that is the reason why this growth you can witness in such a way. Another reason is that some journals which were not very fond of publishing standalone literature review now are publishing standalone literature review as a part of type of paper. So they say we invite empirical paper, we invite conceptual paper, we also invite review as a type of paper. Right. So if I have to tell you, starting from journals like Journal of Academy of Marketing Science, right, Journal of World Business, and you have a very dedicated journal called ICMM, International Journal of Management Review, which is only review journal, right? And of course we have in academy, we call it AMR, Academy of Management Review, which is again a only review type of publications happens over there. It has accepted as a well-known method of doing research now, and as I said, the focus is creating a third type of research in empirical, scholarly research, conceptual, empirical, and review as a research type. This is the result of that. You see last few years very exponential growth. Obviously, I'm not talking here all area. I'm only talking here business management. And when I say business management, I have considered accounting, finance, decision science, psychology, and of course economics and econometrics as a discipline. So this is very clear that systematic review are part and parcel of this discourse nowadays. Right, moving forward. Okay. There are a few very interesting guidelines which have been published, and given the paucity of time, we have 25 minutes or so. I cannot run each and every nuts and bolts of the SLR, but these are very what we call gold standard guidelines which you all can look later if you are really interested in this. First one is very recent, just 4 days back only this paper got published in AMR, right, where they did what? They tried to map the whole literature review types being published in OBC area, right, organizational research area, and they come up with a guideline how to develop a literature review, particularly if you are targeting a journal like AMR, right, so this is a very interesting paper I came across 2 days back only, I think 9th of January. This first paper got online and I noticed this first. Second one is also very important. Reason it's not a paper, it's an editorial written by Palmi Tire 2018, right? So they have developed this editorial very nicely, and if you will read this editorial, the tone says that, as an editor they get a lot of review paper, but what happens when they come to the editor, they actually discard them at that stage only. Right, and they said, we are very painful when we reject any paper at that stage, right, because author has, put a lot of efforts, developed those papers. So what they did is that, they identified certain things, which must be there in any review paper. So second editorial is talking about actually what is the purpose when you should develop a review. Right, it's not every time an area or a topic or a sub-theme or particular specialization require review. So they talk about in this particular editorial what is the purpose of review article, what is the process of developing a good review article if you are really targeting a activity kind of paper like James, which publishes now more than 15%, close to 15 to 20% of the articles published in GMS now are review type, which is a very encouraging news for all types of scholars and those who are familiar with James. Though it is a marketing journal, but they also love to publish anything which is marketing plus finance, marketing plus IB, marketing plus HR, right? So this is one outlet, and this is one of editorial guideline which you can consider if you are looking to develop review of any type. I'm not talking about systematic. Their guidelines are very generic, useful for any kind of scholar. So don't take this is a marketing journal. So these guidelines are no benefit to me if I am a OB guy or if I am a, let's say, operations guy. These guidelines are well across discipline and they give a very clear cut gold standard how to develop what should be there in a standard literature review paper. Right? Because they say that we want to promote literature review as a research, independent research, and that's the region they have come up with this editorial. Right. Story doesn't end here. Follow on, he also worked on certain guidelines, right? Considering that we were working on literature review for many years, so we developed these 2 guidelines. And we developed how to, first paper is talking about, how to advance your knowledge through literature. Because we say only empirical paper can help you to advance your knowledge, right? But when you work in a independent literature, you can also help you to advance your knowledge. What way it can advance, right? It cannot give you, research output like a empirical paper, but it gives you what we call is gap spotting, right? So you can do problematization approach, or you can do gap spotting approach. So this is the one paper. This is not again a guideline, but we have given a step-by-step procedure. What you can look for this. Right hand side you see we have worked on cross-disciplinary, right? So the second paper, if you see the number of authors are close to 15, 16. And the reason is very clear. This paper is being positioned for anybody working in any area who want to work on an independent literature review can use this paper, because we have taken example from entrepreneurship, we have taken example from OB, HR, finance, IB, across all India, the authors are here. And that's where we try to come up with that. What should be the ideal standalone literature review paper and how you can make it more, publishable or maybe more usable by the scholars later. Right. These are another 2 papers which are written by, you will see that one of the authors is Anna Sanders, who is a professor at Norwegian Business School, right? And she is very fond of writing guidelines on literature review. She has back-to-back written multiple papers, right? So these are for very important contributions. Because what happens, people try to templatize, right? I'm using a word templatize, right? So people try to templatize the literature review, which doesn't really bring out the value LR. So over there she has position how do you design, and then if you look at the right hand side paper, which is talking about how can you make impact to LR, literature review paper. So she talked about design stage and she also talked about impact stage. So very gold standard guidelines are there. I will have if you are really interested in the field of developing a literature review, which you have to do if you are a doctoral student. Or even if you are faculty looking to enter into a new area and you want to review the scholarship, this will be a guideline which can help you while developing and also publishing. Right? They have given guidelines not only for how to develop it, but also how to make it publishable later. Right. Moving forward, I think these two another last piece of papers made by Anna. Right. So she has worked on this paper, and this paper is very special because in this paper she has talked about literature as a research method, which actually I am using in this session. But how to develop a literature as a research method itself. This is a very popular paper. I mean, this is one of the best cited paper in the history of any law. I believe close to 12,000 citations this paper has already reached in the last 4 years. I think 2018 or 2019 this paper was published. So close to 5 years this paper is being used by left and right, all the scholars who want to develop literature. Right. One of the reason, why literature review paper never gets accepted, and not looked as a value creating scholarship is that how you contribute with the theory, right, using literature review. And in that reason, JMS editor has written this very nice editorial, right, which is right hand side, advancing theory through literature review. One of the classical things I have ever come across, how you can contribute to theory when you are developing literature. Right, so these 5-6 guidelines which I have talked to you, or some papers, they are like, very basic material when you want to develop or enter into a field of, literature. So for any posts led by post and all, you will find citation of this paper on the left and right, because this is what they generally look for. Again, JMS itself looks for high quality literature. Right. JMS is again a 50-50 edited paper, and across general management study, which means you are a marketing scholar, operations, HR, IS, any type of scholar, you can position your literature. So if you are developing a literature view, targeting a high-end journal like this, right, JMS, you must consult these guidelines. Right, because over there they have given a nice way. I think 10 ways through which Post et al. Has mentioned how you can contribute with the theory using literature and how you should conceptualize your literature view from design and then actually execution stage. So these are very interesting editorial and paper, and I just wanted to highlight with you. Right. Moving forward, last paper in the series is one of the gold standard in terms of process. Right. Actually, the whole story started from this paper. Right. This is the last I am introducing, but if you look at the chronological wise, this is the first in the list. Right. Why I am introducing in the last, because this is where the foundation of SLR started. Right. At all, citation, if you look, this paper has close to 20,000 plus citation as of now when we are talking. Now, the first time, systematic literature review in business management was because of this paper. Right. Because before this paper, SLR was in medical and medical science. Right. So medical science was one area where plenty of research happened. Till date, if you look at the number of papers being published, I think medical science is number 1. Followed by now management and engineering probably. This is how the sequence of production of research productivity is there. So in 2003, they developed a protocol how to develop a SLR in business management. Right. So they said, what is the difference between a medical science, which is a pure science probably, what is the social science, right? And they said, how can you use the framework like standardized protocol, which are there in the medical field when you are developing SLR and management as a discipline. Right. So you might have heard two protocols, PRISMA protocol. Right. And anyone of you, those who are aware of systematic review, there is a very popular term called PRISMA. PRISMA stands for Preferred Reporting Item for Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. Right, this is the protocol we use while developing. Using that protocol, right, which is given by Mohe et al., this paper talks about how to develop SLR in business management. Right, so this should be the first reading of anyone who is interested in developing and knowing more about SLR. And then you can backtrack to those editorials which I have mentioned, depending upon your area or depending upon your area of interest. One more last thing before I skip to go to the next slide. Every journal has editorial. Right, top journals always write editorials which are written by editors and they are not very long. One pager, two pager, three pager. You will read them, they will be not more than 2-3 pages. What I will advise you all of one of the suggestions through which I have learned is that you go through them. Because there editors really talk about what type of paper, what type of topic, right, and what type of method they are using. Right, and that is very good guide when you are looking for which topic I should select for doing a review. I mean, if I talk about marketing management as a discipline, you have hundreds of topics in some area. Right, and for example, sustainability is everywhere now, starting from HR and moving to operation, knowledge. So how do you develop, how do you settle this question? Is my research topic interesting and impactful? Right, so one good way to understand that is what I have done is, going through the editorial of this top journal. They are very resourceful, they are very timely, they give you something like 50-year experience, 20-year experience of editorial team into 4 people. Right, if you are a doctoral student, I will say it is a must exercise you must do. If you are a faculty member, early career scholars, you are looking for what new areas of research are possible in my domain. I think that is one good way of looking into reading editorial. Right. Okay. One last question, people talk about what is the contribution of Allah. These are the contribution of Allah. If we look, more value in empirical paper or a conceptual paper. But Palmeta in 2018, right, the purpose, processes and all. And also, few other guidelines, they try to bring out 6-year contribution, right, which empirical paper cannot give you. An empirical paper in sustainable fashion cannot talk about all the conflicting definition of sustainable fashion. But it is only through literature review, standalone literature review. Literature review as a research method, you will be able to settle that. And when you are a new scholar, particularly doctoral candidate, right, and you are working in a particular niche area, you want to understand the antecedent consequences which professor in the morning was talking about, antecedent consequence, quadrant 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Actually the starting point should be developing SLR from your area. So these are the six ways. If you work your literature review, whether systematic literature review or a bibliometric literature review, if you bring out these 6, not all in one paper, probably 2 or 3 of them, it's a good case of why not you should pursue, the literature review in that way. So these are the 6 clear, or what we call is tangible reasons of doing, literature. Okay. Moving forward, now let me jump to where we are, which area we are going to talk about. Now look at the title of this paper, which was published I think 4 years back or so. Right, the title of the paper says Computational Literature Review. Right, what are the methods, what are the logarithms, and what are the roadmaps. Right, what happened? I just showed you that how the publication is rising. Right, tens of thousands of papers are being published on business management. If you just search COVID-19 and marketing, right, COVID-19 and marketing, number of fields in Scopus, any idea how many papers will be there in and around COVID on marketing? More than 5,000. Right, within 3-4 years, people have published too much about phenomena which was COVID and how marketing scholarship and marketing concept are being used. Now, if I am a scholar, let's say I have joined, post-COVID and, doctoral journey, or maybe I wanted to do a research in marketing post-COVID. I really want to see that where is the scholarship today before I want to move forward. Right, if I started looking at the paper, COVID-19 and marketing only, it's 4 years journey only. 2020 we started with publishing, 2024 we are talking about, right? Within 4 years, more than 6,000 articles have been published on one area I'm talking about. Right, now is there any way of doing, reading those papers and then saying that, okay, these are the themes, these are the concepts being discussed, is very difficult. So this method, this particular paper is positioned, considering that factor only. Now when your field grows, right, number of publications grow, right, and what happened? You need to take a pause before you move forward to understand what is the past of this topic, what is the present of this topic, before I say what will be the future of this topic, what are the research gaps. So if I want to synthesize those 5,000 articles using manual reading, or what we call is qualitative systematic review. Right, so there are two ways of doing systematic review. Qualitative systematic review where you manually read the paper by paper, right, and then you come up with the concepts, conflicting theories, conflicting concept, framework, antecedents, moderator, mediator, or whatever is the purpose of identifying or doing that literature. With 5,000 articles it is not possible. Right, you cannot read 5,000 articles manually and then you can come out that where should I. By the time I will finish reading those 5,000 articles, probably another 1,000 will be published. Right, so what is the solution? Solution lies, can I use machine to do some part of my literature review? Right, please know that nowhere I am saying machine to do literature review. Right, I am saying can I use computer assisted method to reduce that 5,000, right, or 6,000 articles into some meaningful clusters. Right, so we use a popular method called cluster analysis. Right, those who do, those who are aware about cluster analysis, we all know the purpose is to bring out similarity based on the characteristics of, construct or concept probability. Same idea is here. Imagine I am writing a paper on sustainable fashion, Santosh is also writing a paper on same topic, right, and so forth. Right, but maybe he is using some different concept to use the same topic and mine may be different. Reading manually and then synthesizing them and then identifying the gap is a very tedious job. And that is where computer assisted literature review has started coming into picture. Now another good reason why they have come into session is that a lot of open source softwares have come into picture. Particularly we have R as a, you can say open access software now, which can help us to categorize those 5,000 documents to some meaningful cluster. And once that clustering is done, then actually I can know there are 7 research teams into sustainable fashion. I can now read probably 200 papers in each cluster and can synthesize better. Or maybe I can choose top 50, top 30 to understand what is the foundation of sustainable finance or sustainable fashion as a research topic. That is where the positioning of computer assisted literature has started picking up. Now, what I am going to talk to you bibliometry today is not only one type of it, there are multiple types of computer assisted LR available. I am just introducing you one simplest method, right, which can be used very quickly without any coding. GUI based softwares are available which can help you to synthesize and give some meaningful way of how can you categorize the literature into some different clusters. Right, so this is the background. If you are more interested to know about advanced methods, I think this is one paper you can run. They also talk about topic modeling approach, which is an extension of bibliometric only. They also talk about other advanced Python-based analytics which you can use for developing the computer-based program, and you can develop literature review as a standalone piece. Okay. Let me tell you before I say what. Let me first tell you why bibliometry came. Right. These are the characteristics. When you look at any systematic literature review, probably you are looking for these characteristics. It should have a systematic approach. Right. What is the meaning of systematic here? You are starting from why this research is important. Right, to the execution. How did you search? Where did you search? How did you extract the data? All that process must be standardized, or what we call is systematic. And that is the essence of systematic literature review. If you do not have these elements, you cannot typically call it systematic literature review. You can label it probably literature review. Right. So systematic literature review falls into the category, and bibliometric also follow a step-by-step process. I will give you a 10-step process shortly. through which you can execute a bibliometric SLR project. So you clearly have a systematic approach of doing it. Second thing is research requires reproducibility. And this is where the Plainfield 2003 paper talks about. The way medical science research is reproducible, can we have a reproducibility in management science also? And in that paper they argued and developed some protocol which should be used when you are working on SLR related to business management. And that is why bibliometric SLR follow that Plainfield process or Prisma protocol. So you can say it's a very transparent process. How did you extract the data? What did you do? What algorithms you have used? What type of method you have used in doing the analysis and what? And finally, if you see, it is reproducible. Transparency is there and you can reproduce it. For example, if I have developed a SLR on sustainable finance, and let's say Professor Arun wants to attempt it tomorrow, he should be able to do it. So my process of documenting must contain the idea of reproducibility. And that is where bibliometrics has become a very fast rising method of publication nowadays, or type of literature where you have all the checkbox. It is a systematic, it is a transparent, it is a reproducible, and obviously what is the idea here? Idea is you use mathematics and statistical approach to synthesize the large corpus. Right, I have used large corpus. Some people try bibliometric review on 100 paper, and they submit a paper and generally it is best rejected. Right. Reason being is this only, this method is not suitable when you are working on a very niche area and you have very less paper. So first do. Right. There are do's and don'ts. Right. So first do is that your large corpus is there. Now how large is large? There is no end. If you have 10,000 documents, it can process that. If you have 20,000 paper on your research topic or research area where you are attempting LR, it's a very good case. As we say in statistics, more is the data point, more is the generalization I can do, same is no here. Right, so bibliometric is only suitable when you have large corpus. Right, this is we have given in our one of the guideline paper also, which I shortly show you, which is typically talking about what should be the minimum sample size to attempt a systematic literature review using bibliometric. Imagine I am searching a area, literature for a particular area. Let's say there are 30 paper only. Right, and I have attended this workshop where I get to know, I can attempt a literature review quickly. Right. The question is not can you not do or do. Right. You can do it, but probably you will have a hard time getting it through editors or reviewers because they won't know what is the suitability of bibliometric unless you have a sample size which is more than 150. This is what on the basis of certain analysis of lot of papers being published, we came to know and we developed a guideline paper also very recently got published in Journal of Business Research where we showcase that if your sample size is varying, how your results are not reliable in a bibliometric approach. So one thing is that first approach is that we all must understand if you are searching on sustainable HRM, right, and you have 400 paper, well, very good case of going ahead with bibliometric approach. Now what if I do not have that number of corpus which I have mentioned? Is there any solution? Yes. You can attempt qualitative systematically. Right. Don't go for quantitative then, go for qualitative systematically. Right. So let's say you are working on a very niche area. Right. And there are very less research available. But you see there is a conflicting evidence. Right. Another purpose why systematic reviews are done. You want to resolve that definitional ambiguity, theory ambiguity, or maybe the conceptualization itself is not right. And you want to use literature review as a way to solve that. Bring out everything and then say this should be the direction of conceptualization of this particular area. So in that case, probably my advice is that don't go for quantitative systematic review, which is bibliometry. You can go for qualitative systematic review. Right, when your sample size is small. Ideally, people attempt literature review with 100 plus only. Right. Also, another important factor will be how important the research topic is. For example, there is a call on paper from my JMR which talks about grand challenges of society. Right. And sustainable development agenda, maybe labor issue. And I saw a very recently a special issue on past and business. Right. Past-based research in business management. Right. Is there any? Now, if you will start searching that area, you will not find big number of papers. Probably the scholarship is, and one reason why people come up with such special issue on such niche area is that so that they can motivate the scholars that they should develop a review paper and where they can set the tone where the scholarship on past and business management should go ahead. Right. So that is one reason why they come up with sometimes very niche area. So if you look at a paper, a special issue or maybe a journal which has a call for papers, and they say we are inviting systematic literature review, you start attempting and you end up with getting 40-50 papers as your sample of corpus for analysis. Do not leave the idea. Attempt it. Right. Attempt it through qualitative literature review, not by quantitative literature. So one good thing here is that, as I said, if you have a large corpus, right, which typically you start searching on salespeople burnout, right, you will get hundreds of papers probably on that topic in different contexts. If you start searching paper on sustainable finance, I think the corpus it should be more than 1,000. Right. That is where you can use bibliometric as an approach of analyzing, because the beauty of this method lies in that only. Synthesizing large corpus into some meaningful way, clustered way. Right. There are multiple methods which I am going to introduce you. How can you attempt it? You can choose one of them, mix of that, using particular. So this was why. And another reason I have just talked about you is that if you look at your area, the research publication in each area has grown very, very high. Reasons are many. Doctoral programs everywhere. Publisher perish, publisher prosper, ranking agency, so much things are happening. Accessibility of data, accessibility of resources has become very easy, and that is why research productivity has gone up, and number of people in each area is like in all hundreds and thousands also. Right, we started working on a project on corporate governance 2 years back, which was a 20-year-old field only, 23,000 articles in 20-year-old. And we saw every time a crisis came, like dot-com crisis, and then followed by global financial crisis, and very recent crisis, which was health crisis, the publication numbers goes up, which is in line with what industry is talking, which is in line with policymaker is saying. You need to bring up those governance policy which can bring resilience probably during crisis time. So we attempted literature review using bibliometric those 23,000 papers, and we get a very nice story to write on whole discipline or whole sub-area of corporate governance, and finally got published after 2 years in the journal which was again very niche, Corporate Governance International Review, which is the ABS3 journal, journal. We were very much interested where is the scholarship and what could be the possible research area in future about corporate governance. Right. So if corpus size is big, there is a very good case of doing bibliometric review. That is what the essence here is. Okay. From where the idea of bibliometric started, I think this gentleman can be called father of bibliometric, Alan Chad. In 1969, in one journal, which is the Emerald Journal of Documentation, he published a paper where he first time introduced what is bibliometric. Right. At that time, his idea was analyzing books. Because imagine 1969, in business management, there were how many journals? A few. Today we have hundreds and thousands of journals in business management only. At that time, there were very few journals, and at that time, he came up with a definition that you want to analyze the books and related media of communication. Now you see, related media of communication includes, journal articles, research articles, conference proceedings, book chapter, conference chapter. Everything will be part of that definition. But this definition doesn't talk about how to do it. And probably in 1969 there was no software which was available. So only thing which he was using was calculating top cycle paper, top cycle author, syntax and so on and so forth. That is where the focus of bibliometric approach was. This is one side of bibliometrics which typically people confuse. Right, and which do not understand bibliometric fully. They think, only finding out top 10 paper, top 20 paper, top journals, top authors. Right, this is nothing. Obviously, this is nothing. This is one part of the story. Second part of the story, from where actually the bibliometrics has started picking up as a part of literature approach is science mapping. There are two approaches of doing bibliometric. One is called performance analysis. This is where you try to come up with, who are the top of them, who are the top journals, which are the top institution publishing, who are the who's of who's, right? Who is the person who is publishing most on corporate governance? Probably that is what you are trying to. Who are my followers? Whom I should follow if I am a scholar of that particular area? We all know Jensen Mackey contribution. That is the theory. Right. So if you look at all the paper, around Jensen and Mackey, both gentlemen have written left and right on agency theory different aspect. And any paper which is using agency theory, directly or indirectly, right? They cite and follow what is the work of 1969 or 1976 of Jensen and Mackey. That is one aspect of bibliometry which is called performance analysis. Second aspect is more critical, which is about science mapping. The most of the value, right? We all talk about value. What is the value of this analysis? Value of bibliometric lies in the second aspect of it, which is where you map the science. When I am saying science, it doesn't mean science, it means research. But loosely we are using the word here, but technically we say we map the science, we map the scientist, and we map the scientific institution. Right, who are the top schools publishing on particular theme, particular area, maybe entrepreneurship, maybe small businesses, right, and then who are the top authors and what they are actually doing, what topics they are doing. Actually, there is a social network theory which we typically use in all areas. Here also we have a network theory which works. We try to identify what we call as invisible colleges. What is invisible colleges? Me and Professor Gurmeet. Let's say we work on the same area, niche area. Right, and let's say we have Arun also who is also part of that area. So, and we are publishing together. This is called invisible college. And we try to identify using graph theory, network principles, social network analysis we do here, which try to figure out what is the topic, what is the niche area of those particular authors, what theories they work, what is the niche area, what are the, do they use qualitative approach, do they use quantitative approach, and so on and so forth you can dive. Right, so this was the original definition, but this was not sufficient definition. Later on, multiple scholars have come and they said bibliometric is one part is quantitative, another part is nothing there, which is qualitative. What you do synthesize, and then actually it is writing. And when I say writing, it is all about what? It is all about reading what is this particular group is talking about. Right. I said I have 5,000 papers. I clustered them into 8 categories. What each 8 clusters are saying? Maybe sustainable fashion, and let's say the pricing. One aspect could be that. Second could be sustainable finance and people behavior with regard to sustainable finance and fashion. This is how we try to analyze it. Right, that is what the whole idea is. That and over the year, as you see, multiple definition has told, where the theme is that you try to do what? You try to create cluster, which is through quantitative method, but later you use qualitative way of reading and analyzing that. So in a nutshell, which people say bibliometric is only a quantitative approach, the definition has moved, and today we are standing on a case where we say yes. Quantitative is one part, is then second part which is essential is qualitative. It gives you how much, right? What it is. Then you need to identify what each cluster is saying, what is missing link in each cluster, and that is qualitative approach of doing. Okay, so plenty of definition has come. Very recently, Kobo 2011 said that you do academic research output, which is nothing like paper, conference paper, journal paper, books, everything you can map using what? Using statistical method and what they call is mathematics principles. Okay, now, moving to how to do it. I have talked about what, why. Let me now go to third and very important component of it, how to do it. Now, how to do it is a very step-by-step process, as I said. And in 2021, we published this first guideline paper, how to conduct. This paper is not talking about how to publish a bibliometric, it only talks about how do you operationalize. Let's say I wanted to start a project, it gives a step-by-step guideline to me, how can I conduct to me. Right, what methods should be doing. I will introduce multiple methods of doing bibliometric, which method to choose, what should be the critical things that I need to do, what are the meaning of if I do this analysis, when I should do this analysis, when I should not do this analysis, everything is given in this one guideline paper, which is 2021 GBR paper. We then wrote a second paper in the sequence of it only, where we started getting questions from editor that okay fine, this is a good approach, but what is the contribution of this in theory and practice? Can you bring out how bibliometry can help, probably theory development, and you should learn what your post has written a paper in 2021. So we developed this paper where we have all bibliometric publication in top tier journals, try to bring out the element of how they contribute, and we bring out a 10 contribution through which the bibliometric approach can help the scholars to write a very important section, which is typically last section, what is practical implication, managerial implication, and theoretical contribution using bibliometric approach. Before I dive into, we did a third paper in the sequence which I was telling you last year only, 2024. We published this paper because when you work on a bibliometric data, you will face a lot of challenges, cleaning, combining, and then which approach is suitable. Step by step again we try to club because you have multiple databases of extracting the data, which is the first step of doing bibliometry. We know Scopus, we know Web of Science, we know other databases which are critical for data collection, and idea is that no software is there, which can help you to integrate the output of new databases. So this paper helps you how can we actually combine clean and can process the data. The beauty of your analysis will be based on what was your raw material and how did you process it. Last paper, it's again a guideline paper. All of them are guideline papers which I am introducing to you. Right, they are not very long paper, they are just 10 page or 8 page paper only. Step by step procedure is there. We use sense-making theory approach and try to come up with how to interpret the results. Because what happened, I will be very honest in saying, I received a lot of papers in reviewing, for reviewing bibliometry. And as associate editor also in multiple journals, I have to handle bibliometric papers as a review editor. Right, so what I have observed, people rely more on machine, right, output of machine. Right, and what is the sense of that machine output? They try to forget when they write the output of that paper. Right, so a lot of issues we have observed. And again, as I said, a lot of pain is there when you reject any paper. It's not a good moment for any editor to reject a paper. Let me be very honest with you. Because you have invested time. Similar is this side also. You are also investing time. If you are looking for a publication, right, outlet, we are also looking for a paper, good paper. Right, so in a sense of improving science, right, or in a sense of can we come up with certain do's and don'ts, and how do you actually interpret the findings of a output which is thrown by a machine, right, how do you write them? So we use the sense-making theory approach here and try to figure out how can you use sense-making theory approach and can write important section, interpretation section, and then conclusion section of your, finding section of your bibliometric paper. All these four guidelines are very, what we call is, simple. If you give a very careful reading, you will be able to get, because the language which we have used is not, obviously it's technical, but not that technical that any first time reader will not be able to have a hold on it. That's what we are trying to convey. Okay. last paper, right, again a very good guideline has come up. We have developed, we have another, group of scholars who work with the same method. In ICMM, this is the general activity I was talking to you. And why? Again, editor face same problem there. It's a very recent one, right, where they come up with this head. Can we synthesize systematic and bibliometric and can develop something called biblio-SLR? Right. And if you read this paper, I can say that 90% of the guidelines which is covered in four of our paper are there. What addition on top of that they have done, or incremental contribution of this particular guideline is that they have clubbed SLR plus biblio now in one paper. Right, they said, you can do only your one and you can develop the SLR based on that. This is the latest in the series. So these are, and again, this is the open access paper. All of them which I have talked to you are all open access guidelines available to you. Right. This is the reason why we are talking here. Look at the number of publications on bibliometric only. Right, and please note that I am now showing you the output of all area. But all area means all engineering, medical science, everything. Then data has been taken from Scopus, and it says that close to 12,000 paper annually using bibliometrics have been journal publication. Now when I am saying document, it includes your journal publication, it also includes conference proceeding, book chapter, books also. Right, so it's not only article sample I am talking about it. Now look at the bifurcation from where the output is coming. This is the area. Now you see, we are from business management, and you can see social science, economics and economics and finance, and look at business management here. If you put together now these three, combine them, this will be all business management that is now exceeding the medical science which was contributing maximum in real day. Right. So this is becoming a very popular method of doing review of recently. That is what I wanted to convey. Now what I am showing you is one part of bibliometrics. This is actually bibliometric analysis of bibliometric studies. Right, where I am showing you that from where the publications are coming. Okay, and you can identify top author, right, and this is the area to which we all belong. Look at last few years. Particularly, I want your attention from here. Right, and this is a high growth period. Region is very clear. Plenty of GUI based software, open access software are available. When I started developing this method in 2017-18, right, there was only one. Right, Excel base, right, Web Excel was available. Right, when I was working on multiple, projects, during that year only, lot of open access software has developed. Thanks to the academicians and the people who have come forward and tried to, develop those open access software, which means they are free and any one of us can use them. Given that we have paucity of time, what I have done in my presentation, I have given how can you access those software, how can you download them, and how can you actually do step-by-step procedure. Screenshot I have put it into. Plus, all four guidelines I have showed you. If you will put them together, you will be able to do it without any help also. Right. There are few videos also available which I have developed, and my videos are also available on YouTube where you can see that how to actually operationalize it using bibliometry. Right. So these are certain statistics which I wanted to do you. I will not promote my paper here. The purpose is not promoting my paper. Let me tell you. But what I really wanted to tell you is that when I was working and when you already work around 40 papers using bibliometry, it was, and I used to go to workshops like this. A lot of people used to come with questions. Sir, I am not able to do this. And this is where we wrote this guideline paper. Right. So it was the time to give back to community in some form. So we thought the idea will be writing a broad-based guideline, and we talked to editor of JBR and publisher. They said, okay, we'll be happy to publish such as a special paper. So it's not a normal paper. Right. We went through peer review, but it was a fast-track paper, considering that it is a guideline paper. And thanks to all those who are reading, citing it. This morning when I checked Google Scholar, it has crossed 876 citation. Number is not important. Important is that people are getting benefit out of it. Right. Very easy. I only get emails, those who read first time, they say it's very easy. They want to get some help out of it. Thanks for writing such an interesting, guideline. So, I mean, if you are really curious to work on this method, I will suggest you this plus other guideline which I just showed you, by ICMM paper can be a very easy way of moving ahead. Right. And imagine in any other research project, whether empirical or conceptual, we go to field and talk to people, right? Collect data. One good part for this particular type of project is that you need not to go anywhere, right? You can do it through using your desk only. So people classify this type of paper as desk research also, right? Which is okay because you can bring out agenda for probably 3-4 years down the line. What you will be doing. Right, imagine you have chosen climate finance as one of your area or energy economics as one of your area of research. What you will be doing in next 5 years, and that's how you develop super specialization. Right. So this is a 10-step procedure which is already given in our guideline paper also, and the guideline paper very recently ICMR has published. Now starting point. Now up to point number 5. Steps are very common whether you do SLR or whether you do a SLR plus review. Right. So starting point of any SLR project is identifying what is the research question you are trying to understand. Right. What are the question you are trying to understand through that? For example, it has been 20 years, the particular theory has been developed. Right. And you wanted to review whether that theory is interdisciplinary and is there any need of improving that theory. Right. Before we say that there is a need of improving that theory, which we say is a passive problematization approach of doing research. Right. So what you do is you do a review, full-scale review of theory. We have many types of review. One is called theory-based review, domain-based review, third is method review. And you can do mix match of them also. Right. When I say domain, it could be an area. When I say within domain, I can pick up a niche area also. For example, privacy concerns in marketing area. Right. So look at it. Privacy is not from marketing. Right. And within marketing, am I talking about B2B context or am I talking B2C context? Right. Similarly, I can take up any area. I can bring out domain and I can marry to domain. Right. For example, sustainable HRM. What are you doing? I am trying to merge into area, sustainability and human resource management. Right. So I need to know the literature of both areas. Why we are doing a review is the first question. Right. It's not that you are able to produce a review. First question is there a genuine need of doing review? Right. The first question will be this. Because in introduction section, as some of you will be already knowing that academic management AMG has published editor has published 7 series. Right. Where they say why the research is done. The third part of that AMG 3 talks about hook of the research. So what? Right. So that so what question has to be answered even in a review paper also. Why you are writing this review? Just because 20-year-old field is there. Just here this theory is 30-year-old. This is not a good case probably of reviewing. You must have a very solid region, scientific region. Probably people are using construct of one theory, probably another one domain to another domain. And you see when you are using the same theory in another domain, maybe the meaning is changing. So do we really need to review the theory which was developed for a particular area and now being used in another area? Right, that will be another area. For a doctoral student, if you are a doctoral student here, right, when you will be starting a journey, for example, you choose that, I will be working on climate finance. Before you dive into what in climate finance you will be doing, you need to understand from where the field of climate finance has originated. Right. So that is one possible question you will try to answer through literature review, how the trajectory or intellectual structure or knowledge structure of that field has evolved. Right. So one thing which I have conveyed in last 1 minute or so is that any review, whether it is systematic or any other method you use, must have an explicit research question in mind. Like an empirical paper, you have a clear-cut research question, a good review must have a research question in mind. Right? How do you get that research question? You observe, you read few paper, and you see you are reading paper 1, paper 2, and then you see there are multiple perspective. Right? Confusing perspective, multiple definition, multiple construct are there. And then you see, is there any review available? Right? Can I write a review? That exercise you continue. For example, it was 20 years of corporate governance, and it was a very apt time of reviewing what in last 20 years as a research on corporate governance, where it has originated, how it has traveled, and where it can go forward. So there are many purposes of writing a review article. Purpose will vary from project to project. If you are a doctoral student, your purpose will be taking a stock of the knowledge. If you are already established scholar or a faculty member, you want to know what are the gaps in existing literature. So every research project or every research question must have a clear research question. What is the guide? If you read few papers from ICMM, International Journal of Management Review, read 2-3 papers, you will see how people develop 1, 2, 3 research questions for doing a literature review. Right. Very important and very critical step. If you do not give explicitly why you have developed this literature review, you are leaving the editor and reviewer in question. They are wondering, so what? Right? They are not able to identify the region of this. So probably you can give that, crisis has gone multiple. For example, you are doing biodiversity and farm performance. And then you will say that, overall what is happening globally, a lot of regulations are coming up. There are conversion. It started from Norway, which mandated the quota, then it traveled to Asia, where a country like India also mandated the quota of women in the world. We wanted to understand what type of research issues have been done in various geography, and we want to identify what could be the possible research question in future. So very clear research question is the first step of starting a review project. Right. If you start review project just to synthesize the earlier work, then it is not a good case. You must know, because your research question will determine your scheme of analysis. Right. What you will be using, what method you will be using will be depend on that. For example, you want to understand how knowledge structure of team and team research has gone. Okay, over the lab. For example, if you analyze, look at paper interestingly with one of the scholars from, author was from US, we try to identify how team research or group research in the last 50 years has progressed. And what are the new areas which has emerged, and what are the likely area, the gap area where no research or scarcity of research is there. So what we did, we analyzed decade by decade. In one decade, what type of research questions, being addressed, what research themes have been answered, and what are the gaps. So we were able to trace that, over the period, teams have developed into virtual team context. Because that's what the reality is. Right? So you have to develop, accordingly, it was team, virtual team. Accordingly, maybe theories will differ, scales will differ, maybe consequences may be different, or antecedent may be different of a performance of a virtual team. So first step is this, and second step is very critical again. Now you have a research question, right? Second thing is you need to develop something called search query. Right. Because in literature, what you do, you review the existing scholarship. When you review the existing scholarship, where is the search? Is not important. Before that, you need to answer what you will search. Right. For example, if I ask you what is sustainable finance, if you want to search on sustainable finance, right, what keyword you will use? Is it sustainable finance enough? No. I need to know what are the related terms, what are the synonyms, what are the qualified terms related to sustainable finance. For example, sustainable finance, climate finance is also sustainable finance. Impactful investing is also sustainable finance. Right. Socially responsible investment is also sustainable finance. So what I need to do, I need to create a dictionary of keyword. Trendfield 2003 paper and the guideline paper which I just showed you, independent review paper, right, talks about this more in detail. How do you develop a keyword? So sustainable finance fashion is not sustainable fashion only. Maybe there are other related terms which defines the concept sustainable finance, fashion. Similarly, sustainable finance, when we started searching, it was 17 keywords which explain the whole concept of sustainable finance. So very critically that to understand what are the keywords you will be using for searching the literature. Once you have that, then third step is database selection. Right, where you will search. Will you search in Google Scholar? Is that enough? Can you download the Google Scholar? These are the questions. Is Google Scholar mandated for doing a literature review, or is it a search engine? Do I need to use certain specialized databases? These are the questions you try to answer in step number 3. Right, and as you will read through the paper, you will observe that there are standardized databases available for searching. Right, prominent of them are Web of Science, Scopus, reason being they are tailored to do search query using keyword. Right. So one quick way which I can show you that if you are executing a project on systematic review using bibliometric or any other method, right? What you can do is you can go to this database called Scopus. This is the web page of Scopus and this is the search page. There you can put your search term. Right? And how do you search is also, I will not say it's art, it's a pure science. You must know what you should key in. And how did you key in? For that you need to read again certain paper published on SLR, probably from ICMM. They can guide you that how did you search and what should be the keyword pattern. For example, if I use sustainable finance here, right, you know what will happen. It will search sustainable separately, it will search finance separately. What I need to do, I need to put that in double quotes. There are certain rules when you search. All that comes under step number 3, which talks about search database and what type of search keyword you will be using. Okay, step number 4. Okay, data screening. Now, what do I search on databases is and what output I get probably may not be the same which I am looking for. Why? Please note that although I talked about that, Web of Science and Scopus are tailored for academic search, but still, their mechanism is that they throw the output based on what? Matching. Search engine. Right, all search engine work on matching principle. Right, you get matching word, but probably you are not looking at that paper which is maybe of different context, but one keyword might appear there. Imagine you are searching in here, you are searching in abstract, in what? In abstract, the keyword and also in the title of the paper. It may appear in the abstract, but it may not be relevant to what you are looking for. And that's why this step number 4 is what is called data screening and data cross-check. Is very critical. Now this is what I was referring to, use systematic approach, step-by-step approach. Right. And as you can see, the last step is data cleaning. Right. Why data cleaning is needed? There may be duplicate entry. There may be, a wrong entry. Maybe you are searching in literature on business management and there may be a paper from computer science which may pop up in your search process. So you need to clean that. And here ends what we call the systematic review process. We now begin with, what we now start with bibliometric approach. Now you need to decide my raw data is ready, what I need to do before I go to and process this data on any of the software. And 2 prominent softwares are available, which one of them is very, very popular, we call it BiblioShiny. BiblioShiny by R. right? It is a GUI based software which you can use. Just click and go, you will be able to get it. In my PPT, I have added a screenshot of that database also, right? Given that we have only limited time, I think we are closing towards time also. I will not be able to showcase you, step by step procedure on database, but it can help you the paper which I talked about. How do you do it? Okay, it's a very easy job, very simple process, nothing rocket science is there. What is critical before you take this step, process, ask the machine to process for you. What method of bibliometric you will be talking. And in that process, we have developed a toolkit. Right, we have developed a toolkit, and this is the toolkit which I am going to talk to you for 2 minutes. As I said, bibliometric is 2 parts. One is performance analysis and second is science mapping. Okay. My advice, personal advice, if you really want to publish your paper and want to make it a literature, standalone literature to publishable, you should focus more here, less here. I'm not saying no focus here. You should focus more here. Now can you see here, there are 5 types of analysis you can perform. Right? All of them have different purpose. Now most of the paper, if you will read, they talk about number 1, number 2, these 2. They are based on this. What we call is keyword analysis. Now let me give you a quick idea. Every paper got keywords. Right? If you read any paper, they have 5 to 6 keywords. Right? Let us say I have 5,000 paper in my data search process. Now 5,000 into 5, I have 25,000 keywords. What does keyword tell me? Keyword tells me what are the major themes. Right? What are the major topics? Keywords might be talking about theory. Keywords might be talking about context, India, Europe. Keywords might be talking about a particular method, qualitative, quantitative, regression, panel data. What I do, if I just analyze keyword standalone, it has no meaning. I'm also using corporate governance, he's also using corporate governance, no meaning. I'm just doing a word count. But what I do, we do an analysis called word analysis. One word, how one word is interacting with other word. Right? So I create a network, and let me show you the kind of network we can create. Okay. So this is the kind of network we can create. Okay, using word analysis, or what we call it word analysis. This is also called occurrence analysis. Now can you see what has happened? Different color coding you are able to see here. This is an output by VoiceOver, right? This is again a visualization software, free software. Right? What is this telling me? I can write a whole full paper based on this diagram. Right? I can do science mapping, one method where my objective is to understand how topics have evolved. What are the major area of research, what are the niche area of research, and what are the missing area. Anything which is not appearing here is a missing area. Right. I can see nobody has worked on particular phenomena because I know now by reading the scholarship on that area, I know that what are the missing area. That will be my section of future research questions, future research area. Right. So very powerful analysis. Now imagine if you start your 5,000 paper, you have 5 keywords. Can you manually make a network of them? Not possible. Using one simple method, what we call is code analysis, we can quickly do that. Now what it tells me, on the center it is CG is interacting with China. So a lot of research has been done in context of China. This is what it's telling me. Now if you see the size of the layer, circle here, it only tells the importance of that topic. How many times it is appearing. It's all statistics and mathematics behind that. And all these color codings are nothing. These are clusters. Right. All pink colors are in one cluster. Look at it. People are talking about investment decision, portfolio choice, and acquisition context. I can do what? I can segregate out of 5,000 papers, these papers, read them, and say that what is there in that paper and what is missing in this paper. That's how I will be able to synthesize. Right. Sorry? Only this will tell, only this one network. Similarly, you see here how many clusters I have. I have close to 14, 15 clusters as you can see. 14, 15 clusters mean 14, 15 broad research area. Within each 14, 15, what are the niche area, what are the missing link I can talk about, what is most research area, what is hot topic, what is less research topic, what is more research topic, all that can I map. So when you want to map the field, right, before you take a next step forward, that should I do a research on corporate governance and firm performance, which people have done in the past, you can see here whether that area is or topic is, how they are interacting with each other. This is one way of analysis you can do, very powerful analysis which people do. Look at it again, we did a topic on board diversity, and this is how we come up with clusters. On the center, of course, is board diversity. Now, I have taken off color here because color is not important for me. I can do color or I can do no color here. Okay. Now you see, I can do a timeline. I can divide my whole 30-year corpus into 5 years. This will give you more insight about how topics are changing every 5 years, every 10 years. What's new coming up? So we did a paper, as I told you, on a team. Right, team, on team research. Team as a topic we did, and we divided it into 10 year each. Now can you see earlier how the research topic was? When you go to the next page, more research topic have evolved. If you go to the next one, you see it is becoming more busy now, more topics are evolving. Science evolves, either some changes happen outside policy making, right, or maybe in practice, and that's as a scientist or as a researcher we start working on those areas. For example, corporate governance research, as I said, goes up and down during crisis period. Only 2000, before 2000 nobody was doing research on CG. It was only when failure of company like Amazon happened, people started talking about corporate governance is needed, JJ Irani committee, Cadbury committee, all that research started evolving. We can have the research and can find out niche area, more research area, less research area, and what could be those areas which can be further taken. Right. I think in the rest of time, I'll stop here. Before I stop here, I will talk about one last thing which is very critical, which I need to do, to tell you. I have given step-by-step process as I told you. It will be, unkind of mine if I could not talk about these do's and don'ts, because they are very important for, if you are working on these. These are certain do's. Critical here is not what method you are choosing. Critical here will be what are the topics you are choosing. Right. Sometimes it is topic and how important that topic is, will be important, to understand. And that's what I said, read the editorial, read some of the recent paper, what type of research is being published in James. James say only we provide all types of solution on any area. People are doing review on corporate social responsibility, and then now they are doing a review paper on corporate social irresponsibility. You will find paper all type of that. People are talking about whether CSR lead to better performance or whether better performance lead to better CSR, that type of, would be niche area. Then second thing, your method of bibliometry should be robust. When I say robust, focus should be on science mapping rather than on performance analysis. Right. You know, it's just report top author, top institution, top university, and you say I have done, I have given a very beautiful colored graph or figures. That is not going to help. What is reviewer looking for? What is reader looking for? Please note that one critical element of a literature review paper is, though it talks about past and present, but it must talk about future. If that is missing, your paper has less value. I will not say no value, because people will get offended. It's no value, you can't say. It has some value probably for you as a scholar. But for scholarship, it is required that you should have a whole understanding. Clear objective, or as I said, RQs. Process must be crafted and quickly reported. Very standard method, and gold standard in management is Prisma. Right, this is one, and of recently you will come across this method also, SPAR for SLR also, which I think Paul and 2022 has come up, but still then gold standard is, Prisma. Some don't also, right? data. You should not choose a data in 2025. You should not say that my database is only 2020. Remember, reviewer editor will question this. Why? You are doing a updated review, right? And you are talking about the data of 2020. In empirical paper, people may accept that your study is, well done and still get published in 2024 and 2020 data. If you are in science. But literature review are very topical, very timely. What we call is, they should be updated. Right. This is the first element they will see as editor or assistant editor before sending it to review. Okay. Then, as I said, fill up bibliometric with the filler, and people are now using bibliometric plus topic modeling, content analysis, meta-analysis, and they are doing little bit of innovation on that. Our paper in SIJ, we talked about advancing knowledge through literature review. In one section we have talked about what could be more innovative way of doing LR than the traditional one. Right? Very important. You must talk about what this to mean to the theory. Because you are talking about literature, you need to talk about it. And I think last one, validation is very quick. You must also talk about how did you check your keyword selection, right? Like in qualitative review, qualitative research, what we do try to do. Maybe we try to get it coded by 2 people, 3 people. Here also you do the same thing. Triangulation, if you can do, very good. Right? You report that we have followed and filled all guidelines and all these all. Right? That will be the test of validation for you. Obviously, bibliometric is not free from limitation. Their limitation must be clear. Please do not jump that these findings mean what. You should only confine that our objective was to understand the evolution of the topic or evolution of the theme area in a particular. We are not entering this theory, new theory development is required, that particular. What I have observed over the year by reading few papers, they overpromise. This is the first of its kind. Right review. That is not should be avoided. Do not overemphasize. Do report what you have done, and for that, as I said, read standard editorial. One last editorial which has come as the outgoing editor of James. John Bullock has recently published an editorial where he talked about in 2 pages what type of bibliometric paper get attention of editor of a 50-50 journal. I think that is a must-read, editorial for everyone who is interested in bibliometry. I could not add in my slide here, but what I could come across, this morning is that very important editorial by John Holland, who is the outgoing editor of, James. He has written a 2-pager editorial, bibliometric based review, some guidelines. Some reflection. I think that is the title of that editorial. Very interestingly, what I showed you just now in keyword, he also focusing on focus on science mapping and do not bring your paper, lengthy paper. People say my paper is 40 pages, but it is there all tables, figures, and nothing else. So there should be a content, there should be a context of content, both should be there. Thank you very much. If we have time for question answer, I think we already missed that. Right? I'm available here only till evening. Also feel free to connect by email. My email ID is available on Amnapu website, or it's very simple. satish@amnapu.in. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It has indeed been a pleasure to learn from you. Now, I once again would like to call Dr. Atul Kaushik to present a memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude for his contributions.
Thank you.
Now I request everyone to move towards the academy of entrance for the conference focus session.
जो आपके पास उसमें पड़ी हुई है उनको कॉपी दो रिकॉर्ड में रखते हैं बांटते हैं तो we'll just have a general chat about it rather than technical. They kept you also pending for such a long time. Classes end at what time?
I think so. Campus have also conducted classes which used to get over at 9:15.
At 9:21.
Yes, 9:15. So it starts around 9 to 9 sort of. I think now because this is a remote location and none of us are staying here because we will go back. So last class कब खत्म होता है यहाँ पे?
I thought we were supposed to come.
कल फ्लाइट कितने बजे? कल तो आप गाड़ी से बागा बॉर्डर जाएंगे। शाम को जब सूर्यास्त होता है तो थोड़ा पाकिस्तान में जो इंडियन सोल्जर्स walking posturing in front of me as
not using the mic.
इधर से इंडिया का बोलेगा पाकिस्तान वाला बोलेगा और 40 minutes हाँ sunset के time
I'll plug and plug it up. It says in
very interesting. Primarily organizational areas and surrogate marketing and RAS something like go into this hopes thing and say that the RAS is bad and the tea is being not organic, people like that trying to upset these reasons. That's your first trip to Damascus?
No, we've done about 5-8 years ago.
This is the, I told you during the lunch, the third
time they picked it up.
just one. Just do this one. Yes, sir.
So for total people,
Zoom out it, no? Zoom out.
Zoom out is like very zoomed in.
This much I couldn't.
that is निकाल दो.
Robin, you need a pen. You need a pen because
Once they are done with it, in the next 5 minutes, then they can just walk in. Right? So then you can start.
Once again, we warmly welcome you all to our 4th International Conference on Management of MSMEs. Moving on, the next section will be given by Sri Anil Gulab. Sri Anil Gulab is a distinguished officer of the Indian Railway Traffic Services. Having joined the 1985 batch with a career spanning over 25 years, he served in various political roles, including that of the initial General Manager of Eastern Railway and alumnus of Punjab University, Chandigarh. Sri Gulab held key leadership roles such as Divisional Railway Manager, Additional General Manager, Principal Chief Commercial Manager. His experience spans administration, traffic operations planning, commercial management, safety, service, and logistics. With impactful contributions towards South-Eastern, Eastern, Northern, North Central, and West Central Railways. Sri Anil Gulab's dedication to professional development is highlighted by his participation in prestigious programs of SBU Technology School of Management, Milan, Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, and ISB Hyderabad. His visionary leadership has left a lasting legacy in driving strategic innovation and operational excellence in Indian Railways. His leadership and expertise contributed to the growth and transformation of railway services, making a significant impact on road, passenger, and freight operations. It is my pleasure to invite Sri Amit Gulab, retired Special Secretary, Minister of Railways in Government of India, to lead the session on logistics strategies for small business experts. Let's extend a warm welcome to Sri Amit Gulab as he takes the stage. I would like to invite Professor Ravi Kalatra on stage to felicitate Sri Amit Gulab.
fairly well from and in 5 days, 14 hours and 12 minutes. Like that time. So that was their multimodal concept came in, and how the concept of land jumped from sea and rock. This is a small story. The first one ticket sold at Margaretta, that is on the secure division in the sand, would carry the tea all the way to Liverpool. That was the year 1883. Imagine how many people used to pluck the tea, it used to be gathered, and then taken by postcards onto the station nearby. Engine moved. Also the wood used to be fired from the willow mines. The plywood used to make the boxes. Underground to river. From there transported into the sailor ships and also the rail line directly to Chicago. We have had just a couple of examples of only now speed has been key. So I would like to start by presentation with two basic slides because we discussed all the data on the statistics. India had 4 challenges as it embarks upon its trillion economy. Finance Minister, while reviewing the budget report this year, last year, said that there were the 4 biggest challenges which are facing us. Artificial intelligence, which is a tool also can become trained at any time. You all understand. The trade-off between energy security and transforming tools. Tariffs are going to be upsetting your economic growth because of the energy and security requirements. European countries have said we are going to reassess. If the energy is not going to come easily, petroleum again is going to be a problem. Global developments. One has seen in the last 4 days the dollar go up, and also has seen the Brent and the others go up by 50 to the US dollars. And finally, India has accepted not to take part in auctions of petroleum from Russia, which amounts to about 45% of the total amount of petroleum that comes from Russia. Americans did the thing very well. We were running shadow teams of tankers registered under Liberia and USA. And they were carrying through. It was the still they made here, and then again sent off to Europe. So the Russian crude was being sold to Europe at $12 extra, and we were getting a rebate of $3 extra. So for the last 8 months, Indian economy ran on this easily. Now the application one has to see is what cycle, how it takes it, how it reacts to it, it agreed, and also there's going to be a moratorium with the bullish kind of ideas that Mr. Trump has regarding skilled workforce. We have the largest youngsters in the country, in the world. But skilling of them is the main issue of how we skill them, how quickly we skill them, and skill them for a purpose. Not an academic skilling, but skilling towards improving their working ability. Controlling price spikes. Again, the Hindu 4 days back came up with an article in which there were 4 different figures of GDPs. Ultimate is just at 6.8 against 8.2. IMF says that, World Bank says that, the point will be or not will be because a substantial 1.4 of that is a substantial amount which is going to affect the economy and handle the entire statistical system and the entire ecosystem. resource mobilization strategy. Right? In face of all these contingencies which we are going to face, you have to strategize. One strategy is discussed in the morning from the grassroots, but the strategies from the top. Because contingency strategies are very different. And that's what the chief and friends are discussing. Yes, the government is trying to make some kind of strategies regarding war. Russia and Ukraine did upset the basket for India. Whole lot of things necessary. The rentals should not come in, and chemicals should not come in, and we had a problem. And worse to it is China's aggressive movement, especially the road movement which it wants to join other countries, operates for Russia and the wonderful job of the railroads. Then it's gardening philosophy of touching all the countries around India and making their ports there. The Lankas come, Myanmar come, Bangladesh come. They've also got one in Iran and then one off the coast of Africa, which will directly touch us. And again we have seen the developments in Bangladesh. Almost 300 crores worth of credit and facilities and goods are lying with Bangladesh. Money has not come both to the small workers from climatic and ecological change. Last year India lost about $300 million. That was one of the strategies to show. Okay, statistics are debatable on account of all different kinds of climatic issues. I'm sorry. Because the taxation that we see in America, which even Americans are not able to control. They were saying $14 billion has gone down in 4 days. Someone has to pay the price. Crops, man-made lost, and we are seeing it. The winters are not there. We are yet to come. Cyber attacks and other technological malware is definitely going to affect e-commerce. The more e-commerce we rely on it, the reliance also comes through with a bag of wrongdoing, malware affecting the systems. This last 4 days back, there was a terrible glitch in the railway portals were all off. The banking portals were all off. And any break in system is going to break the e-commerce chain, which is almost about $300 billion in the time. That time you made a not a SWOT, because great time I talk about you, the new word that I'm using is a challenge. So in order to do it introspect and retrospect, one needs to do the strategy for any small thing. It's a very simple one. And consistency is focused attention. Complexity is not travel. So weaknesses, okay, we know these are the weaknesses that we have in IMSA. We focus on them, we make a strategy according to them. Challenges are one which we can take on hand and how we get over these challenges. Coordination of credit policies. Credit in here who know much more than anyone of us on financial inclusion, automation. MSME being the lowest run has a certain disadvantage in reference to education, in reference to skilling, in reference to every other. So people are larger companies. I have a fear. The small MSMEs may be swallowed up one time as aggregators. Yes, it might help the country, it will help the country, but people stand to lose. So strategies have to be made on the challenges and weaknesses. Logistics sector, if you knows of it, is 30 to 14% of GDP, 22 billion.
people working in it, 1 crore jobs by 2020. 1 crore jobs is not enough. The unemployment rate shows the country has projected almost 4 crores of jobs every year to meet with the huge vision. Logistics costs of 30 to 14% of GDP is extremely high. The world standards are 6.8, 7, and has to change. We have come down. More costs of warehousing, cost of working, and cost of transportation costs. So National Logistics Policy of 2022 aims to reduce logistic costs to align with the global benchmark 8 to 9 of the GDP. Now there's a LCI index, the Logistic Performance Index, report 2023. India was ranked 38 for 129 countries. So they've jumped 16 steps from 2018. That's a positive step. And the MIS generated from the LCI gives up the challenges that have been noted as for, which we have to make our strategies for. And they very clearly give us a lead mark that yes, we will have performances. LCI was from the World Index. Indian government said leads framework to prepare India to Viksit Bharat 2040. It's the same framework, the performance indices are the same, but it has been given a different name. Lead's performance must be evaluated across 4 key pillars: logistic infrastructure, yes, we will be taken care of by EFC, which I have discussed, and Gati Shakti, and different other projects. Logistic services, which includes all transport services, right from origin to destination, first mile, last mile. Operating a regulatory environment. Regulatory environment is another environment which impedes the flow of traffic and the flow of processes. And sustainable logistics. So these are the 4 key pillars of EP. India logistics is 2,000 crores with 4.6 billion tons of freight transported annually, 65% by road and 27% by rail. And last mile delivery is 40% of the cost. The logistics cost is 40%, which again is very, very high, broken up amongst the logistics. And that's on account of poor infrastructure and logistics. We need to transfer more on rate and less on road for being energy conscious and energy saving value. And you get to be initiative points and all of this communication, which helps you also is well helpful to travel from your work to another place. E-commerce, logistics, and we talked of everything in the morning, we forgot this e-commerce. I had to retake the entire thing and my friend talking to me out on that. Very grateful to for that. E-businesses will move on to India by 2026. E-business logistics is crucial. Top e-commerce logistics are all these which I mentioned. But the main USP is which we have done. 100% guaranteed inventory accuracy. 24/7 warehouse operations. High delivery success rate of over 95%. The companies outside the country are, the downtime is 2%. And we accept 95, but that should be at least 97%. Logistics solutions. Last mile delivery, reverse logistics, logistics solutions. I have a problem, how do you resolve it? The MSME goes, he puts up a question to the person concerned, he answers the effective yes we have. And there's a company from Bengaluru. which came up with a very unique concept. It's called central logistics. He doesn't own anything, but he only has data with him. And the data consigns all commodities, all tariffs, all rates. And he has listed within over 25,000 MSMEs. So that he will tell you this is the solution, this is the 3PL solution, 2PL solution, all kinds of things, and he'll give you a reply within 30 minutes. Yesterday, I come up with an advertisement. 39 seconds. But I am knowing what is point to point across 200 different locations, 121 on the ground. I was shocked. I read it once, twice, 3 times. So just go to the site and see how far it can come up. World is moving that fast. Service network, speed, reliability, pricing, technology, integration, customer support are all supported. That's why you have these e-commerce institutions. What are the drawbacks to MSME business in it? Very short, I've already listed them out in the SWOT analysis. But again, financing is a very important issue. Requirement of credentials. How do you give credentials if you have the business of lesser than 1 crore? Yes, you may give a land as a credential, you may give. You may have to be representative. What level can you keep it? If everyone can't do it, and then the banking institution asks you for what's your credit score, you don't have a credit score. Where does he go? He jumps immediately to the next person who can give him money at a much higher rate, but without collection. Then MSME knows involve complex documentation. I was sitting with my dear friend Ricky, and for one work, documentation, you make the amount of money, but the documentation takes 30 minutes. You get fed up with that kind of documentation. Whereas they have said 59 minutes in the charter. So don't make the charter if you can't do well. Inadequate finance expert. Frankly, MSME is a little trained to it. So to say, you have to have a strategy for training them. And training them how? Train them in simple solutions, not complex issues. Lack of liquidity of the supply. So well understood, any impediment to any cash flow all these major liquidity issues. Most of the capital goes to day-to-day operations. And MSMEs look for the quickest and simplest funding resources. Where do they go to? They go to the RBI or the middle. So this lack of liquidity can be eliminated with better financial literacy and MSME schemes and encourage high returns on investments. In all the institutions where the MSMEs are there, they have their district headquarters, they've got state headquarters, they've got the SIPs, the state governments are making them. Please focus on financial inputs into the lowest ground of people. Let it be a curriculum of the schools, let it be a curriculum to an important thing. And give recognition to the micro MSME as an industry where you get a certificate and working for MSME. Rather than a bigger company giving you money. Recognition is very important. It's contributing so much to your country. Challenges we have discussed everything. Railway, waterways, road, what challenges are there. Logistics and SCA, supply chain management. Again, we all are aware of it. Because all this falls up. The future of logistics and supply chain management are global. Economy is becoming increasingly interconnected. And businesses are looking for ways to optimize. The e-commerce, the supply chain and the logistics are becoming a one package. And a company which can do that is the best company. So we as MSME must create such groups. That's the one which I talked about is the logistics central. Then central logistics. You can hunt that on the web. Growth of omni-channel retailing single window needs to coordinate shipments across multiple channels. And these channels like WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. So from any protocol you can call for any kind of e-commerce or e-commerce. National logistic policies. Well, I would say the policy came out faster after the import of the outbreak of the dreaded coronavirus. People got time to study and make out the definite growth, how we bring it, and then bundle it together. And the vision was to develop a technologically enabled, integrated, cost-effective, resilient, sustainable and trusted logistic ecosystem for accelerated and inclusive growth. What were the targets? By 2030, cut the logistic cost from 14 or 18% of GDP to 8%. And in turn, reduce logistic cost of GDP ratio. By 2030, raise the National Logistic Performance Index, the rating of 2021 to top 25, the present being 38 out of 190. Develop data-driven support systems. And what are the four essentials of the National Logistic Policy? This is important. Because this is a document by the government of India, which gives guide on how to strategize and improve what. Digital systems integration. 30 portals brought together, separate systems, 7 agencies, which include rail, road, petroleum, communication, and all other stuff, including data from other departments under one system. Unified Logistics Interface Platform. ULIP consolidated all digital services associated with transportation industry, including the unit. Ease of logistics. That is the mantra. The new digital platform called e-docs. The systems improvement, SIT groups, which was spoken to and discussed during the panel discussion by the track all logistics related projects like that. But how did it work? All these systems have to work together. Then only you will be able to come up with it and match the work. Significance of the National Logistic Policy. First comprehensive framework for 150 billion logistic industry and favorable policies spanning 8 years. Construction of new infrastructure will increase jobs. Increasing of jobs, more infrastructure, more logistics, more requirements. Increase in employment, better earnings and better working conditions. I hope that takes place. When used in conjunction with the Gati Shakti program, Sagarmala, usage of the smaller rivers, usage of Ganga, usage of Brahmaputra for inland waterways, and also the usage of the coastal waterways. Bharatmala, again, it is across the roadways, the road systems. Dedicated trade corridors which we already discussed. It will help to improve ease of doing business and ease of living. The ultimate aim is ease of living. There are many ifs and buts and profitability. So this will help India become a developing nation. Gati Shakti. The project, National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity, essentially a digital platform to bring 16 ministries including railways and roadways for integrated planning and coordinated implementation. The buzzword is integrated planning and coordinated implementation of infrastructure installation. Yes, I've seen it being done. 76 major terminals have been converted out to 200. Slightly short of target, but it has been done. It will incorporate infrastructure schemes of various ministries, which we've already discussed, including Sudan. and bring them onto one platform. Economic zones clusters will be divided connectivity. The concept of clusters coming up of medical area clusters, you have the SEZ, you have Bhakti, you have the clusters at Ludhiana of certain kind of industries which are together, which are easy to judge and which are easy to follow. Leveraging technology, artificial intelligence, ML, logistics, spatial planning tools with this role, and immediately to address in the technical terms. Essentially, they say that this technology driven by ISRO will give you the spatial products. Six policies of Gatisha, very quickly I'll go through prioritization. Each department will be prioritized for project cross-sector interaction. Optimization, identification of critical gaps, optimal growth and logistics. Synchronization, Gatisha will synchronize this department and analytical will provide data and clear planning and also get MIS, which is of greater importance. Who is going to monitor this MIS? Each department individually across those? That's the question. Dynamic real-time online review and monitoring progress of cross-sectoral projects. NHP and Gati Shakti, when they blended together, they give the best structural reforms and infrastructure. When that is a digital system, it gains from it. So, additional significance and response to China's +1 strategy and India's Middle East European economic policy. This is again product with geopolitical issues and geopolitical problems. It seems to be about that. Worldwide Logistics Performance Index. India ranks 38 out of 139. 16 is about 54 on 2000. Gati Shakti, National Master Plan, the National Logistics Policy, Unified Logistics Platform Logistics Data Bank improves logistics efficiency, reduces logistics. And this is a three-tiered performance. LPI of states and leads monitor the benefits the states of focus, which is then replicated down into the states. States grouped as achievers, fast movers, and aspirers. As achievers, Punjab is number 3 from the top. In states, number 1 being Gujarat. Leads in the logistic performance index. The logistic leads across all different states. This is the new and given leads. Key implementation of top key includes longevity, accessibility, efficiency, effectiveness, accountability, and standardization of process. Rest promotion, PPP, facility, logistics, and last mile connectivity. Accessibility, Punjab is one of the few states, 16 states, which has come up with a logistic plan. I'm reading it the other day. It's really comprehensive. They're exactly copied the national program with the different out. So this is very short discussed in innovation. So Brainless said we will have an innovation proposal. And that's just spelled out 28 statements from the areas where they wanted people to come for innovation. So that is you are getting a structured response. I was just discussing it with the team. When we must have some kind of a menu for people, they can come to us for this time. And out of 1,151 startups were 248. Innovators of 671, MSMEs only 142. R&D organization institutes 88 partnership firms. LPJV consortium 47, NGO 19 and 66 others. Startup for radio launch for 30. Value of 23 awarded projects that approximately 43.87. That's why you see these ports coming up. That you can meals on wheels, you have e-booking or e-catering, you can go doctor on train, all these kind of small things which will come up. It will be very helpful. So on the technical side, there were these issues regarding to the tax for giving on the trade balance. Direct trade balance for transporting commodities. Rail stress monitoring system, track detection technology, initially relating to broken rail system. I came up with one. I said, okay, I'm going to use drones for railway monitoring system, drones for railway surveys, drones for finding out where the problem is going to come in tunnels. Well, I don't know when that project takes off, or already the technical specifications are being made for that. Focus on artificial intelligence, IoT automation, digital taking platform, mobile applications, audio train. Today we audio train fairly and accurately. As accurate as a year ago. Coverage system and you keep on asking what is coverage system. It helps you stop the train short of any business happening. And then it's a model to technology, artificial intelligence and machine learning. That has to be further improved upon. Nowhere in the world it's worked out. Because of the chances of accidents, that's where our many is. Over here it doesn't take into account our cattle coming in account. So railway strategy is to elevate the state shares from 27 to 45 and 2030. 200 multimodal cargo terminals under Gati Shakti have been developed and 76 have been built. Maximize MSMEs are 48% are linked to the rail. Almost 16,000 MSMEs are linked to the computer workshop. So you can imagine the kind of spread to the business. This is one strategy into parcel business towards improved logistic efficiency. It was there 30 years back, but a new form has been given, integrated cargo JPC system. More important part of it is a virtual aggregation platform. It's a railway run project. It aggregates where all the commodities are, where all the services are. You resist yourself. This diagram where I want to move from Amritsar to Dehradun, they tell you the distance, they tell you the amount of money to train, how much space is there, and how much is the commodities available, type little train movements. And the last platform will be integrated with IT ecosystem aggregators. For MSMEs, for future planning, first mile and last mile, specific strategies for specific areas. You can't have everything for every place. That is logistic aggregators, fragmented MSMEs, logistic sectors, strategies for providing easy procedures for financing, plan for upgrading skills and how to train inventory staff, increase and improve local literacy and networking skills to lead the rapid e-commerce segments, and strategies for adopting and adapting between technologies. Strategies for improvement in physics and network and e-incentives. Well, I think I'll stop at that. Thank you for the patient hearing, and towards the end of the evening, really appreciate all of you have come aside here when I came into the room into it was very heavily brought and my acknowledgement overall helped by Professor there and then I tried to get me out with the presentation because I had to read after listening to people in the morning. Sorry I've taken an extra 15 minutes. 4 minutes were doctored because I started late. I hope it comes to help for some people. And I'm leaving this here. And thank you very much for this.
A heartfelt thank you for such an insightful session. Your expertise and practical advice has been incredibly valuable. I would like to call Professor Ravi Kadar to present the award to Shri Anil Gula as a token of our appreciation and gratitude.
Say something, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We hope you all had an enjoyable, engaging conversation and memorable. As we transition to the next beautiful segment of our event, I would like to invite you all to join us for the gala dinner, which is now waiting to be served. Please make your way to the area. Once again, thank you for your magnetic presence program, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Satyam,